You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hiding things. Harming others. Stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
And then later in the song, and let's not forget the end of the song where it's just like bustin' makes me feel good. That's my favorite part. How do you like that? There's your last Halloween song for the month. Smoke smelling of burning cornstarch and cardboard wisps through the red fall leaves of the privatized parks of Ashwagandha, PAZNIA, as high wizards enthralled by the ghosts of great monsters of old ritualistically kill the effigies of corporate bastardizations. Count Dracula hangs Count Chocula upside down and slashes his throat wide open, while happy children below eagerly hold out their bowls made of human bone to catch the chocolate milk. They will be glad to have it when the cookies are ready, which should be soon. I say that because an hour or two ago, a 4,000-year-old clay golem shoved the Pillsbury Doughboy into a preheated oven, and the screams from inside went quiet about 15 minutes ago or so. I think that means they're done. But the children must hold fast and shield their treats carefully, as many of them have glimpsed Santa Claus skulking in the darkness and stalking them. And we all know how he feels about milk and cookies. Most of the children are armed with makeshift blowtorches to scare him off, as it is well known that Santa Claus fears the flame. Some have even sent drones into the sky to leave festive orange and black dyed chemtrails of coyote urine to ward off flying reindeer. I think that's going a bit far myself, but I do look forward to going to the Midway after my show, where folks of all ages can get free tokens for rides and games by turning in bounties on Christmas lights that were put up too early. How's tricks, my ashwagandhans? This is Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spooktacular treasure in Halloween history. Are we live on Zap.stream? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We might be live on Zap.stream. But anyway, you can zap us on Nostr by gaily sending us Lightning Bitcoin on Nostr, regardless of whether we're live on Zap.stream. And if you're less gay, you can send us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. Tell them Thane sent you, and there's like a 99% chance that I'll remember to read your message on the show, since the only time I forgot to do it was last week. Sorry, Thought Crime Boss, I forgot to read your message last week. I'll read both your message from last week and this week on this show. Anyway, go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio, folks. Get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. You can use SimpleX on Android or desktop. And later I'll start taking call-ins at the end of the show in like an hour. And I'll check the PAZNIA Radio Network chat and read what people have been saying there and answer you live. You can talk there if you like. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio, get into the chat. This show, the down-to-earth tip will be how to win friends and influence people. I'm going to literally go through Cliff Notes on that book. It's a good book, and I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview on what's covered in that book. And for the Building the Second Realm, we're going to talk about building second realm networks, mostly like social networks, in person, meeting people and making friends, which is the spookiest possible thing I could think of, because there's nothing scarier than trying to make friends for a libertarian basement dweller like you. And we'll also have a small special Halloween treat, since this is the last show before Halloween, and I know that you're thinking of going out on Thursday night, which is Devil's Night, the night before Halloween. You're thinking of causing mayhem, okay, because you're anarchists. Okay, you remember the 1980s, 1990s text file definition of anarchist is someone who like pranks people by making napalm at home and like throwing it, or like, pouring cement in someone's gas tank. So I'm going to take a trip down memory lane, and we're going to read a few files from Tatsi, however you choose to pronounce that. And for the Halloween spirit, for the devil, get you ready for Devil's Night. We'll talk about how to fuck up someone's car straight from the horse's mouth of like some sort of 13-year-old. And we'll talk about trick-or-treating, some trick-or-treating strategy document that was posted on Tatsi. The guest today is nobody, as usual. That's the tradition. At the end of the show, or rather in an hour or so, we'll have call-ins. And you'll go to PAZNIA.com/call or whatever to call around 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific. I'll take call-ins early. And yeah, you can talk to me if you want on the show, or you can go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio and talk to me by typing words that I read off the screen. Now we'll do this stupid news section, burn up some time talking about stuff that I didn't have to come up with, so that's nice. For digital news, there's something called 2fiat.com. That's the number 2fiat.com. I can't really vouch for it. It's new. It's what the hell is it, you might ask? It's a debit card thing. You can pay for a debit card with like Monero or Bitcoin or whatever. There's a lot of these. I've suggested these before. I've talked about this before, but I bring this up because it's a new one, I guess. And for some reason, They have a check mark on Monerica, which makes me think they might be cool people or something, because maybe Monerica knows who they are. They put a check mark on them for some reason. So it's probably not a scam. So check it out, because 2fiat.com, they're claiming to have pretty good features. So we don't know much about them yet, but they're claiming so. But if you feel like taking a risk on someone new, they're claiming to have very good features. They're claiming to have reloadable cards that have 3DS, 3D security, whatever. And they can be used. They explicitly say in their FAQ, you can use this for recurring subscriptions, blah, blah, blah. They don't mention anything about needing, some people like to cover their asses by saying, don't use a VPN which, by the way, that just means you need a residential proxy or something. It doesn't mean you need to leak your IP or go to a coffee shop or something. But anyway, so that's cool. Check out 2fiat.com. And if they scam you, let me know. And then I'll I'll tell someone on the show. I'll say it on the show. Speaking of which, one that I recommended before, bitoncard.com, BITON, card.com. I just noticed on Monerica, apparently, because I recommended them before. I just wanted to say, I noticed on Monerica there was a claim that somebody lost some money with them, and that their support was not answering. Oh, we have somebody saying that 2fiat is great and that they've used it before. So there's another promising thing. It's kind of looking like 2fiat it might be one of the best, because I've never seen them before. They might be one of the best, 2fiat.com, because they're claiming to have very good features, and they don't have a lot of legalese on their website. They kind of seem like lax people. But yeah, bitoncard.com, some concerns about that. I don't know how malicious or intentional it is, but I'm getting people corroborating this idea that 2fiat is made by cool people that are in the cool kids club, which is the feeling I got. So yeah, check out 2fiat.com. They're probably cool. But yeah, bitoncard.com ? Because so apparently someone had problems with them in August, but you're still going to see it recommended in my submission to Vonu Life 2025, because so it's going to be months out of date by the time you see it. Because that's something I'll keep in mind for the 2026 edition. That this is going to take months to come out, so maybe I should think about that. Anyway, here's your next digital news thing. AWS outage earlier this week. As you may know, AWS stands for Amazon Web Services or something. And it's kind of like the biggest centralized cloud service provider in the world. Like a huge amount of people's servers are on there. A lot of websites, are on AWS, big tech websites. They're all just outsourcing their infrastructure to AWS. So AWS going out means a lot of shit going out. And it seems that happened early this week. You might know where I'm going with this if you've heard my show a few times before. What I think about these outages, I think that they're fake. I think that they're done on purpose. At least this time, they didn't just say, whoops, it was some kind of accident, without any details. At least they said something that sounded it wasn't much better than that, but they said something like, there was an issue with network load balancing. So yeah, some sort of issue with network load balancing. We've decided that the best thing to do with the load, the best way to balance it, is to make it all zero, is to make everything stop working, because then it's perfectly balanced. It's maybe the lawnmower man, AI, controlling the network load balancing, determined it's kind of like the best way to stop wars, to kill all of humanity. Maybe the AI decided the best way to balance the load was to eliminate the load, which is true when you think about it. So I guess it's doing the right thing. I think that this is them testing a kill switch. This is the same thing I've said before, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to say it again because I think people should be getting ready for it and doing stuff. They're planning something. They're planning something called the cyber pandemic, which is a fake mass false flag cyber attack that will be used to justify everything you can think of that is bad to do with not just the internet, but other kinds of privately owned critical infrastructure, such as food production and the banking system and shit like that. But yeah, like I said earlier this year, you can probably tell now because it's happening in the UK and Europe. So it's if you were wondering if I was being a little too quick to say it earlier this year, by now you should be catching on. They want you to have they want to do KYC on the whole internet. They want the whole internet to be at least the normal white market first realm internet locked under KYC. This is one of the ways they can justify that. One of the emergencies they can pull, the cyber pandemic. So yeah, folks, we need mesh networks 5 years ago. Okay, so let's get to work. Do you have, I think what we need, we're getting people in the chat, in the PAZNIA International Security chat. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD and add me on SimpleX, and I'll get you into like the PAZNIA International Security whatever chat. And it's National Security Agency, anti-national security. And we have a couple people in there who they're really cool people. They're into like the physical link layer. They're into the hardware and radio transmissions and fucking balloons and shit like that. And putting LoRa nodes on balloons and blah, blah, blah. And that's great and all. But what I think we need is more people. Like we have one guy in there who has talked to me about making software for monetizing a mesh network in a chainless way. If there is more software development type people who program, get your ass into the PAZNIA Anti-National Security Network Agency, whatever the fuck it's called. Add me, vonupodcast.com/CD. Add me on SimpleX. Crackdowns and PSYOPs news. I've decided to put crackdowns and PSYOPs together because they're just too hard to keep apart. I guess both of them are like attacks by a state on their own sheep. One is an attack on the body and one is an attack on the mind, and they tend to go hand in hand. So I'm just going to say crackdowns and PSYOPs from now on. Upcoming sanctions on Russian crude oil, U.S. sanctions on Russian crude oil, cause crude oil prices to rise. It's not the first time we've seen something like this. It's just another little reminder that you might want to stock up on fossil fuel type shit and maybe have a plan for how to not need so much over the next decade or so. Because prices are probably going to go up and it's going to get worse. These are just little starting signs of something. And this has been happening for a while. Here's another one. Cuba, the cracks are showing in good old Cuba, kind of going the way of Venezuela. Venezuela and Cuba. Yeah, I know they're already shit. So it's kind of like the rock bottom is a myth, folks. Okay, things can always get worse. There's no such thing as rock bottom. Even in the absolute worst possible hell, God in his omnipotence can always make things worse for you. So remember to be thankful for God's infinite mercy, even if you're in the worst possible hell, folks. Cuba and Venezuela are going to shit even more. I mean, I guess Cuba has a few legs up on Venezuela. It's not quite as bad in some ways, and like they still have their security forces are a little bit better. Like their bludgies are a little bit better, and Cuba has tourism, which Venezuela doesn't really have. But yeah, Cuba's kind of going to shit. Like their big sugar export or whatever is like it's like the least it's been since the 19th century. And like, yeah, a lot of bad shit happening economically in Venezuela and Cuba. I think they might be feeling the crunch from the external market, the global economic crash, because that's the thing about state socialism. It rests very heavily on external markets, kind of like how people living in communes or squatting or whatever, they need dumpster diving. You know, they need, I mean, communes don't need dumpster diving. They need trade with the outside world, or they need dumpster diving or whatever. They need a market outside of them to feed off of. State socialism is kind of like that. So I think when the global market is hurt like this, it really, they're the canaries in the coal mine. They die first. So, you know, good old Cuba, I mean, they're all the Castro guy. They're all dying out anyway. So whatever, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to see an end to all that and see something new over there. And of course, the U.S. has their eye on maybe regime change in Venezuela. I feel like I'm the only one saying that, but we'll see what happens there. In Dublin, we got some more race riots, kind of like in the UK. It was fairly bad. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Some African migrant guy who was supposed to be deported months ago supposedly raped a 10-year-old girl. But she was probably asking for it anyway. So it's just a psyop that you're supposed to hate niggers and demand more government power and control over immigration, while the other guys demand more government power and control over your speech and your dangerous racism or whatever. So that's the trick, right, guys? Everyone's supposed to demand some sort of government power. It's a false choice. But anyway, yeah, the riot was pretty bad. The riots in Dublin have been pretty bad. I mean, it doesn't take a lot to get Irish people to be racist or violent, right? That's just a normal Tuesday night for them. But this Tuesday night was a little worse than usual. Yeah, it was fairly bad. And also because this new legal framework for digital censorship that was made for the UK has been more or less copied by the whole EU, they're now banning Irish IP addresses from seeing stuff to do with the Irish protests on big tech platforms such as X. In other words, they're censoring content for political reasons by flagging it as adult content. Not something that's going to shock anybody listening to the show, but believe it or not, a handful of old European ladies out there truly believed that these laws were about stopping children from seeing porn or something. And trust me, while this kind of censorship is very easy to get around, it truly does shape how some folks see the world. I mean, look back a few years ago at 2020, 2021, there were like, record-setting protests happening against lockdowns. There were like millions of people in the streets or something around the world, like fucking in Germany, in Berlin, that protest was insane. In big cities all over the world, huge, like unprecedented numbers of people were protesting lockdowns. The other guys that were just inside looking at Facebook, looking at what the news was saying, didn't even know it was happening. And the news was saying like a few little extremists, a few crazy people are in the streets holding up a few signs, and like they would lie. Like if it was millions of people, they'd say it was thousands. If it was thousands, they'd say it was hundreds. And a lot of people, billions of people around the world didn't know that happened, still don't know that happened. Think about that for a second. Billions of people around the world don't know that the protests against the lockdowns worldwide were unprecedented. Millions and millions of people in the street. People don't know that. Billions of people to this day don't know that happened. So this is the kind of dynamic you're seeing, like in Ireland, for example. There are people all over Ireland who don't really know what the protests are about or how bad they are or whatever. That's a thing. That's a thing. So the wolves are guarding the hen house, folks. So we got to capture these sheep and take better care of them, and also give them like better TV shows to watch and stuff. And that's why we need insurrectionary agorism, folks. The way they did things on the dinosaur media, like CNN or whatever, they're going to do that even worse with AI curating an individualized brainwashing program just for you. Anyway, here's another one, crackdowns and psyops. The guy who was used to spark the UK riots, a few months ago, the UK riots started over some dark-skinned guy attacks some poor girls or something. That seems to be funny how they keep using that, huh? That seems to be like the thing. It works, so they do it again. The guy who was used to spark the UK riots months ago was, get this, mistakenly released from jail. Yeah, fucking right. Do I need to tell you what I think about this, really? So yeah, be on the lookout for this guy who was mistakenly released. This poor guy, this poor thug is just some patsy for something way bigger than him. He better hope the bludgies catch him, because if protesters catch him, he's probably got a worse outcome on his hands. And then they'll use that too. So that's the have you clued in yet to the trick there? No matter what happens, they'll use it in their own little way to turn people against each other instead of against our common enemy, the state. So all you Nazis and SJWs, all you Nazis and commies, let's join hands and sing Kumbaya. That's my peace message for today. And here's a funny one under PSYOPs. It's not practical, it's just funny. Ontario, which is a province in Canada, the Ontario state funded a PSYOP against people in the US, an anti-tariff PSYOP, where they took footage of Ronald Reagan talking about tariffs. And Ronald Reagan supported tariffs. And they edited the footage so that it looked like Ronald Reagan was against tariffs. And they were buying that ads to show people in the US that. So it was like a psychological attack on the US by Canada. So pretty funny. That's like something that would happen in a South Park episode. That's the Canada does a PSYOP against the US. So I thought that made me smile. In wealth reappropriation news, this is another fun human interest story. Last weekend, some guys broke into the Louvre in Paris to reappropriate the historic crown jewels of French royalty. They did this in the daytime, dressed as construction workers. Remember what I said before, folks? I talked about disguises, and I said that one of the best things that you might as well have it on you at all times is a high-vis vest. And there's so much you can get away with just because you're wearing a high-vis vest. This operation where some nobodies, some idiots, stole some of the most valuable artifacts on Earth. It's like a couple notches above they threw on a high-vis vest. Couple notches above that. They hardly did any more than that. So they just dressed up like construction workers, and they took their truck right in daytime, and they brought their truck. Their truck had a ladder mounted on it. They drove it up to a balcony, extended the ladder, climbed up onto the balcony, cut through a window, and bada bing, bada boom, crown jewels exhibit. And that was that. They smashed some glass, took the crown jewels, and that's it. They just left. And this heist was not pulled off by Ocean's 11, folks. Okay, it probably wasn't anyway, unless they're acting stupid on purpose to make it look like they're not Ocean's 11. But like the crown of an empress was just found tossed into a gutter somewhere, which makes it seem like they kind of don't know what they're doing. Like it makes it seem like, because that's evidence of where they're going and stuff. But like I said, maybe it is Ocean's 11, and maybe they're like faking them out and making it look like they're retarded or something. But chances are they're just retarded. Anyway, here's hoping, fingers crossed, that the French crown jewels can find a better home than the Louvre, because who gives a shit about staring at them in the Louvre? They should be in some criminal's collection instead. I think that's a better place for them. I'll keep them safe. In war news, Israel quietly helping Taiwan build a missile defense system called the T-Dome, based on the Israeli Iron Dome. I think that's notable because it's a Western country helping Taiwan do something to protect them against China. And I know that when it's not that juicy, honestly, because it's too much of a proxy kind of thing. Like that, obviously, that's not a justification for anything on its own, but it's just going in that direction. So I think it's juicy. And yeah, China invading Taiwan is a foregone conclusion. Everyone knows it's going to happen, and that when it happens, it'll be a big deal on the geopolitical scale internationally, because it could be what triggers World War III. And whatever, here's hoping Taiwan does all right through that, because Taiwan's a pretty cool place and they do a lot of cool stuff. And they make some good dramas about like girls falling in love with guys that are way richer than them and stuff like that. You should watch them. US coming right out in the open, talking about space-based missile defense. They're calling it the Golden Dome. Everything's a this dome, that dome now. And they're saying they'll have it ready by 2028. So here's the thing. I've been thinking for years, but who knows? I've been thinking for years it's likely the US has had secret space-based missile defense programs all along. And it's possible that this is just now the public-facing part of it. With Lockheed Martin, they're coming out in the open saying that they're doing this now. It raises questions. So here's why it's a big deal. For especially, namely, that a lot of listeners live in the U.S. or whatever. So, like I said before, there is a possibility that maybe a huge possibility, let's say, possibly a big possibility, that the U.S. could be EMP'd before being nuked, and the EMPs could, or likely would, to be truthful, destroy all the transformers across the U.S., which could lead to kind of the power grid being totally fucked, which could lead to a problem feeding everybody, which in turn can lead to a Mad Max style situation of like people have to, prisoner's dilemma type of thing. Whoever realizes first that, oh, only some of us are going to live, so I better get what's mine now, and like turn on everyone. The ones who are quicker to see that and to act that way will be benefited in a Walking Dead type scenario. And that could really happen if the US is EMP'd and like and all that shit. And they have shown a lot of signs. I've always been partial to the Joel Skousen type theory that whatever PDD 60 under the Clinton administration, they switched from launch on warning to absorbing a nuclear strike and quote unquote retaliating later, which is insane. And it just sounds like someone wants to sacrifice the US on the altar. Or rather, they want to decapitate or just make the U.S. military take a big enough hit that they can make the argument that it's time to put an end to U.S. exceptionalism. The United States has to join a global government. The U.S. military has to become part of a global military force and not be its own little thing. And that's the idea. But here's fingers crossed it doesn't happen, just because it really would hurt a lot of people maybe if something like that happened. Anyway, the thing is, Russia has like they have like the best missiles in the world. They have like the best intercontinental missiles in the world. Whatever the fuck they call it, the Satan missiles and blah, blah, blah. They have missiles that go so fast that there's nothing in the world that can intercept them. But technically, there is one weak spot where they could be intercepted, and that's when they're at the top of their arc that they take, because I guess they use gravity partially to reach that speed. So they have to get up really high first, and then they come back down. In theory, you could intercept them from space, close to the top of that arc. And I've been speculating, few others have speculated, maybe the US has secret missile defense systems in space. Now they're coming right out in the open and saying, we suddenly have this missile defense system in space that we're deploying, and we supposedly want it ready by 2028, which either means, that could mean anything almost, because it's like if it was true that they weren't doing anything about it until now, then 2028 would be a very like optimistic bullshit date where they definitely wouldn't have it ready by 2028. It definitely wouldn't be ready before World War III. But because I think they've been developing it in secret for years and years and years, they may actually have it ready by then, or that date may even be too late. It might be them trying to mess with people. It might be disinfo. So I don't know what to think about it, but it's big news in the sense that it touches on a very juicy, sensitive, touchy issue, which is the US's ability to intercept those super fast Russian ICBMs. So whatever, make of that what you will. Here's the next one. Talk of growing Ukrainian missile industry. If the Ukraine actually did have, because they do have a missile industry, if they developed enough independent missile industry to make their own shit, like hell, if they could make their own Tomahawk style missiles, that would be a big deal for the Ukraine going against Russia and deterring Russia from going deeper in to Eastern Europe or the Ukraine at the very least. But I kind of don't think that, I suspect the US or the West in general doesn't want that to happen. Like, I don't think they're going to pay to teach a man to fish, because I think that they like that the man has to come to them for fish. If you know what I'm saying. I think they like being able to decide when the Ukraine has missiles and when it doesn't. So I don't think they will want to fund growing there. That's just my guess. The U.S. naval war against cartels in South America is still swimming along. They say they brought down another ship, bringing it to 8 ships. They say they brought down. Odd thing is, this one was in the Pacific, not the Caribbean. And 2 survivors on the ship this time. One of them was Colombian. They were pretty fucked up. I think they're probably dead by now. The other one was Ecuadorian, and he was not so fucked up. So somebody walked away from one of these narco vessels, so to speak. Maybe he swam away. He probably didn't swim all the way to Ecuador, though. I'm sure he got a ride. And what's funny is the Ecuadorian bludgies let the guy go, saying he committed no crime. So there you have it, folks. The Ecuadorian bludgies, their stance is, you're on a submarine full of cocaine out there in the water and you're shot down. You didn't really commit a crime as far as Rick, so they'll let you go. This is a little bit of a fuck you from Ecuador to the US. So now both Venezuela and Ecuador are saying fuck you a little bit to the US. So interesting to see here what's going on in South America. The US is antagonizing people in South America, and the states in South America are pretty tight with the cartels. So it's not shocking that they might, say fuck you. This is something I called months ago. They might not take too kindly to America shooting down their criminal allies. Israel bombed Lebanon a few more times this week, whatever, business as usual. And Israel held peace celebrations this week, commemorating their peace deal with Hamas by dropping 153 tons of bombs on Gaza. It's kind of like celebrating with fireworks. So yeah, peace deal still holding firm. Everything going great there. Just a little celebratory bombing. Israel says they're going to annex the West Bank some more. No surprise there. They've been doing that for decades. So yeah, they're likely telling the truth. They probably will. Here's some other news for you. You probably never heard of this before. On Liberty Under Attack, we've got this thing called the Self-Liberation Book Bundle, folks. It has almost every book on Liberty Under Attack, which is fucking crazy. Small library, dear listener, coming in at 27 books. And these aren't any old books. These are the books on our very own Liberty Under Attack, the best, most helpful, most down-to-earth, most fun book catalog in the world, which we can say for sure now that Paladin Press and Limb Panics are long gone. And you can always pirate the old classics, but now you can get the best deal ever on buying all the cutting-edge books we have at Lou with the Self-Liberation Book Bundle. Save big and start your self-liberation library today. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL-bundle. That's libertyunderattack.com/SL-bundle. And please leave a note saying Thane sent you so you can help out good Cloak Dagger. Liberate, blah, 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 and librarify yourself and all the critters of the earth with a big fat fucking 360 win. libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. And do you want to officially join the second realm? And get discounts on hustles in the Agora and more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of monsters that scare children every day, and maybe some free PAZNIA merch. Just go to PAZNIA.com/Thane. That's PAZNIA.com/THANE. And check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And let's not forget, the second best show on PAZNIA Radio Network after Cloak and Dagger, the first and third. I mean, honestly, I don't fucking listen to the PAZNIA Radio Network. What do I know? But he seems pretty cool. First and third Mondays at 7 p.m. Central. Richard Greaser will take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. That's the first and third Mondays of every month at 7 p.m. Central. Richard is a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. And he'll take you through a tour of deep tracks and entertaining and enlightening banter, blah, blah, blah. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio. Find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. Now we can talk about how to win friends and influence people. This is your down-to-earth tip for the day, and you're going to need it because you're a basement-dwelling libertarian, autistic person. You haven't interacted with people in a long time. And when you do interact with somebody, you do it by simply saying what you think. Like, that is incorrect. You are wrong. Actually, the facts are inconsistent with what you just said, and I can logically prove that. I'm here to tell you, I'm here to help you see that there is a better way. There are better ways to deal with people that lead to them actually doing what you want them to do, as opposed to disliking you and doubling down on whatever disagreement they had with you. And let's talk about that right now. You'll find some of these answers in a famous book that originally came out in 1937, I think, by this guy called Dale Carnegie, some sort of huckster, some sort of salesy guy that was super popular, everyone loved, called Dale Carnegie. And he used to be like you, Dale Carnegie. He says in his book anyway that he used to be like you. He went to school and studied logic and loved debate and blah, blah, blah. And later in life, he became like ashamed of that. But then he became the best salesman, most loved. He was the Tony Robbins of the Depression era. And you definitely want to read How to Win Friends and Influence People for yourself. I know they have a newer edition of it now, How to Win Friends and Influence People in the Digital Age. I took a quick glance at it. I kind of feel like they may have changed it a little too much. I wouldn't shy away from taking a look at it, but maybe you might want to read one of the older editions first. I don't know, because I know for sure those are good, whereas the new one looks kind of, I'm not sure it's not bad, but I just feel like it didn't look as good somehow. So let's look at these cliff notes for How to Win Friends and Influence People, and just give a quick overview on all the shit that he talks about in that book, to give you a little taste, wet your beak, and get you started thinking that way. There's two main sections we're going to talk about here. Become a friendlier person, three main sections. Become a friendlier person, win people to your way of thinking, and be a leader. That last one is about, that comes in handy, especially in leadership roles, whether that be running a business or being like a dad or something weird like that. So for becoming a friendlier person, here's your cliff notes. Don't criticize, condemn, or complain. Give honest, sincere appreciation. Those two first ones are big, folks. Arouse in the other person an eager want. Become genuinely interested in other people. Smile. Remember that a person's name is to that person the sweetest and most important sound in any language. Be a good listener encourage others to talk about themselves, talk in terms of the other person's interests, and finally, make the other person feel important and do it sincerely. Let's unpack that a little bit. First of all, don't criticize, condemn, or complain. One of the most important and one of the hardest to actually fucking do is this, especially if you're a male or you're a nerd or you're smart or you're a disagreeable person. You're a nonconformist. You value the truth over social harmony. If you're listening to that show, you probably checked all those boxes. This is going to be hard for you. You have to try. You have to get better this way. Don't like I'm doing to you right now. I'm literally criticizing you right now for criticizing people too much. Okay. I don't fucking, do you see me being fucking master of the Tony Robbins over here? I suck too. That's another thing we're going to tell you later. We're going to tell you about taking responsibility. But right now we're going to talk about don't criticize, condemn, or complain. So when you criticize someone, even if it's something that's totally worthy of criticizing, or you complain or whatever, even if it's something that's bad, even if they are wrong and it's so fucking in your face obvious that they're wrong, you can totally prove that they're wrong. Totally prove what they're wrong with logic and facts and blah, blah, blah. All that nerdy crap that no one cares about. It doesn't matter. Pointing that out, disagreeing with them, criticizing, blaming them, complaining about something to do, does not fucking matter. They are going to respond almost every time by being defensive. The same thing goes for you, by the way, when the tables are turned. You'll notice that when people criticize you or whatever, complain about something, you'll typically just, the first thing you'll say usually is, oh, I did that because of this, or actually, that's right, because and you'll defend yourself. That's typically what people do because they feel attacked. So they're defending themselves. They identify with this fictional being that's called their ego. Okay. So when you're saying that, because everyone thinks that everything they do is good and right by definition. If they didn't think that, they wouldn't do it. So by telling them that that's not true, you are actually doing damage to this body of information, which is their image they have in their minds of themselves. You're doing damage to their ego, which as far as they're concerned is them. So they feel personally attacked and they will try to defend themselves. Totally reasonable, right? You're attacked because their ego, the image that they present to people, is their very survival rests upon it. Okay. They have to mate with someone. They have to hold down a job. What people think about them matters. So by attacking an image of someone, you're attacking them. You're hurting their ability to further their genes and make money and eat and all that. So that's why they feel attacked, and they don't fucking know what's going on. We're all just a bunch of animals just doing shit automatically. You're sleepwalking through life. You don't know what's fucking going on. That's why you're criticizing people, even though that's not the best way to get them to do what you want. So now you need to wake up a little bit and think a little bit about what you're doing. Don't criticize, condemn, or complain, because almost every time, they will answer by doubling down and defending themselves, not seeing the error of their ways and changing. So let's start by not doing that. Okay. And then after that, we're going to give some of the opposite. We're going to inject some of the opposite in there. Give honest, sincere appreciation. Praise. It's something that people are starving for all the time. Most people's mommies and daddies didn't do it right? They didn't give it to them enough, or they gave it to them too much. It didn't matter what they did, and whatever. It doesn't matter. Maybe they were raised right. They're still going to value praise very highly, just as much as they fear, or at least almost as much as they fear criticism. They value praise. So give it to them a lot, all the time. Tell everyone how great they are and how you think all these great things about them. Oh, wow, I'm impressed. Oh, you did that. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I'm really a big fan of you and all these things that you do. Just say that, and do make it as honest and sincere as you can. This might mean for some of you actually changing something inside yourself, which is how you actually look at other people. Because some of you are assholes who just think everyone sucks, which may be the case. But even if they do, there is something to like about everybody. There's something good about everybody. There's pretty much no exception to that. There is always some way. So just be creative, okay, motherfucker? And just be a nicer person and try and see the merits in everyone in the fucking world. And then express that to them. Express your appreciation, your sincere appreciation of this person. So in other words, stop being such a jerk. Try being nice for a change. How about that? That's a good start. Now people are starting to lean towards doing what you want them to do. What's the next thing? Arousing the other person an eager want. How the fuck do you do that? Well, you do it by focusing on what they want, not what you want. What Dale Carnegie says in the book is something like, me personally, I like strawberries and cream. But when I go fishing, fish don't like that shit for some reason. They don't give a shit about strawberries and cream. So I put a fucking praying mantis on or whatever. Not a praying. I put what's that thing? The grasshopper on the, and I say, oh, wouldn't you like that? Because he's thinking about what the fish wants, not what he would like to eat. So it's no different when you're fishing for folks, when you're fishing for man. What does this man want? You have to think about what other people want, because they don't give a shit about what you want. They just care about what they want, just like you. So think about how them doing what you want could come from them trying to get something that they want. And, maybe you can tell them about that, about how they can get what they want. Like one example he uses in the book, you want your kid to stop smoking. You don't just tell them, don't do that because of things that you care about. You tell them your kid wants to get on the basketball team. Oh, smoking might prevent you from getting on the basketball team. It's not good for your breathing and your cardio and shit to be smoking, etc. You tie it to something they care about. That's all people care about. Become genuinely interested in other people. That's a big one. Once again, they'll know if you're lying. So as a curious, intelligent person, it's not a far cry for you to become interested in other people. Don't trick yourself into thinking that, this person's a dumb normie, this person, blah, blah, blah. They're not interesting. Literally all of them are interesting. If you're the type of person who listens to this show is likely an intelligent, curious, open mind. Yes, maybe you prefer systems over socializing or whatever, because you're a fucking autistic nerd or whatever. But trust me, people are systems too, and they're interesting. Pretty much everybody's interesting. You ask someone who their favorite artist is, and they say it's fucking Usher or something. Okay, that's interesting. Yes, that is genuinely interesting. Why in the world is Usher from 2003, Usher's single from 2003? Why is Yeah by Usher your favorite song? To me, that is interesting. I am genuinely interested in that because that's so fucking different from the way I think. I would never think of that. So learn to be, broaden your horizons a little with what you're interested in. And then you can take an interest in all kinds of people. And then the next thing is smile. Oh, this one is, oh, no, not like that. Not like that. Oh, I saw you practicing in the mirror there. That was a little weird. Now the smile is going to have to be genuine. And this is, once again, it starts on the inside. Once you find yourself genuinely seeing the merits in other people and genuinely being interested in other people, and having kind of a more positive outlook, the smile will come from within. All you have to do is allow the expression to take place. So it's a genuine smile, a real one. And people will like that, believe it or not. My basement dwelling friend, people care about that. This is a form of ape communication that they use to Don't be like Dwight Schrute from The Office. When I see someone smile, I see an ape begging for its life. That's you. That's you right now, okay? You need to transition away from that and to become not a totally salesy slime ball, okay, with a fake smile where you don't smile with your eyes, but start from the inside, and then the smile will be real. And it doesn't have to be a huge smile. Just whatever it really is for you. It could be like a little smirk or something. It doesn't matter. How about remember that a person's name is to that person the sweetest and most important sound in any language. Ah, yes. Remembering people's names, so hard. So I've talked about using mnemonics, which is little magic tricks to remember passphrases, right? You're going to make a six word long from the EFF long word list, Diceware passphrase, and you're going to use mnemonics to remember it, right? You're going to use imagery, and you're going to make a song in your mind and blah, blah, blah. Now you're going to do that with a person's name. Look up mnemonics and how to remember people's names. Please remember people's names. Do your best. If you just make it a habit of trying to remember every person's name, you'll get way better at it. And then say it. Slip it in there. Not in a weird way, but just in an organic way. You slip it in and say their name just a little bit more. And people like that. It gets them going, okay? And it makes them more likely to do things that you want them to do. You little psycho. Next one is be a good listener. Encourage others to talk about themselves. This is kind of almost a repeat of fucking become genuinely interested in other people, I guess. In the book, maybe there's more nuances, but be a good listener. Encourage others to talk about themselves. This is just like you ask them questions. So it follows naturally from being interested in them. You ask them questions and you let them talk. And talk. You don't really need to talk much yourself. And this is good for privacy, by the way. It's good for OPSEC when you just talk about them, all that. Because it means you don't have to talk so much about you. It means it keeps their mouth busy. They don't go asking questions as much. And it makes them like you a lot. As he says in this book, if you spend a whole conversation just letting the other person talk about themselves and whatever they're into, people will walk away thinking you're the best conversationalist ever. And that follows naturally into the next point. Talk in terms of the other person's interests beside themselves, basically. Is anything they're into beside themselves. Maybe it's another autistic person, so they'll want to talk about trains all day long, even though you're interested in guns and lolicone and anime or whatever. That's what you're into because you're a libertarian. They're a different kind of autistic person. So they're into trains, they're into insects, whatever. Well, that's cool too. So let's learn about that from them. If you don't know anything about it, all the better. Now you have more questions to ask them so that you can learn about it. And talk about that for an hour. And then finally, make the other person feel important and do it sincerely. Making other people feel important is a big deal, my friends, because if you don't do that, they might find another way to do it that you don't like so much. And believe it or not, in How to Win Friends and Influence People, he uses bludgies as an example. He uses a story of him being caught by a bludgie doing something he wasn't supposed to do. And he warns you about, like, a bludgie might try to get their feeling of importance by dominating you and making you feel sorry and like finding you and shit. So if you give them their feeling of importance in a nice way for like doing what you want them to do, you satisfy that right away, then they're satiated. They don't need to seek the feeling of importance any further. And this is why it's a big deal to really, and it kind of goes into appreciation, giving people appreciation and praise. Importance kind of goes hand in hand with that like what's great about them is actually a big deal. It has an impact in the world. It matters. You look up to them, you respect them, you think highly of them and what they do. And people will, and fuck, if you lay that on thick when they do the thing you want them to do, they will often come back like a seagull for more praise and more feelings of importance by continuing to do the thing that you want them to do. You're training them like an animal to do this thing with positive reinforcement. And they'll tend to do it again. I think there was an example from this book that was pretty funny. It was, great. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The most spectacular treasure in history. Developed over decades by cypherpunks across different continents. It was finally completed by a mysterious cypherpunk named Satoshi, whose keys were hidden somewhere in the digital realm. But he left clues for us hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to find them before the CIA discovered the treasure and its potential.
Keeping this treasure out of the hands of the spooks, Michael, is your destiny.
You're Bitcoin investors, aren't you?
We're more like Bitcoin savers, actually.
All his life, Michael Saylor searched for a thermodynamically sound asset no one believed existed.
Don't you get it, Michael? The asset is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
But what he thought was the final clue was only the beginning.
It's hidden in plain sight. It's in Satoshi's white paper.
You think Satoshi's keys are encoded in the white paper?
It's a cipher.
And how do you know that, exactly?
We don't...
Is the cipher in the room with us? Right now?
But Michael Saylor isn't the only one who discovered the hidden treasure.
The CIA is working around the clock to crack the code. Hell, they might have already cracked it.
Now, he's in a race against time and against spooks to recover Satoshi's wallet before it's too late.
We have to get our hands on those keys and distribute Satoshi's coins to podcasters through fountain boosts before the CIA gets them.
The CIA gets them, and then what?
Everything Whitney Webb warned us about comes true.
Michael Saylor must unlock the secrets of game theory using first principles thinking and tap the Cyber Hornet brain trust of Bitcoin Twitter, group chats, and Bitcoin podcasts to save the world from being taken over by feds.
Try brute force. Tether is working with Langley. We might be too late.
Michael Saylor. National Treasure 3. Genesis Code.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
The following ad is presented by the Anti-Toxicity League, working tirelessly for a safer and less toxic world.
On January 20th, 2025, Elon Musk turned my life upside down when he did the Nazi salute in support of Donald Trump.
We had bought the Tesla because we wanted to virtue signal about the environment, and so that all our friends knew that we were liberals, not so that they would think we are Nazis.
If we had wanted to be Nazis, we would have bought a Volkswagen.
Now our friends have turned their backs on us. I was driving my Model 3 to Whole Foods yesterday, and my friend Clara flipped me off from her Nissan Leaf. The video cameras caught my husband's friend John rubbing his balls on the hood of the car.
Even though we have a Vote Democrat sticker on the bumper, people still think we are Nazis. We have tried so hard to not be Nazis, accepting our white privilege, virtue signaling for every possible cause on the left. Yet no matter how hard we have tried, our friends have turned on us because of our car.
It would seem that the only place we are accepted now is at Trump rallies and amongst the normal, uneducated Americans who don't have time to focus on irrelevant social causes.
We can't just change our friend group because of this. We don't want to hang out with people without college degrees, those who aren't focused on equality, those who refuse to state their pronouns, and conspiracy theorists who don't care about climate change.
That is why today, we are proud to say that we sold our Tesla because we aren't Nazis.
This decision proves that we don't support unelected officials auditing other unelected officials in the government.
It proves that we are willing to make brave decisions in the face of adversity in order to promote equity and inclusion in our communities. That we are willing to stand up against hate.
With this move, I hope that our friends will forgive us and the lady at Mimi's Cafe will stop spitting in my avocado toast.
Doing the right thing means that sometimes you have to stand out from the crowd and make hard decisions. Stand up against hate. Stand up for the government officials who have been laundering our tax dollars for a better world. Stand up for climate change, for the right to take your children to Drag Queen Story Hour. But more importantly, choose to be brave and to sell your Tesla.
My name is Fred Smith.
And my name is Janet Smith Schuster.
And we are choosing to stand up against hate.
Carl Watner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntarist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntarist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Carl Watner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Carl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Carl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Alright, motherfuckers, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed those cool, funny skits that I can't hear because of the way it's set up today. But I hope that you liked it. I bet it was real funny. Laugh it up without good old Thane to listen with you. Anyway, yeah, the one little anecdote, that was the end of the become a friendlier person section. But on the making people feel important thing, I honestly don't remember if this anecdote was under that section, but at some point in the book, there's a really funny 1930s-esque anecdote about like some these kids kept trampling this woman's lawn. So what she did, and of course berating them doesn't work, and telling them to stop and all that doesn't work. She instead went to the ringleader of the kids, the absolute worst of them all, and said, I want to make you my personal detective, and I want you to be on the case of the kids who trample on the lawns, and to make sure that no one tramples on the lawn. And it worked like a charm, because recruiting the biggest delinquent of all the kids in the neighborhood led to this kid making a bonfire in her yard so that he could heat an iron red hot and threaten to brand any boy who set foot on her lawn. And I just love that anecdote because it's very 1930s. Nobody writing a book today would be like, oh, isn't that cute? Isn't that great? How she hired the neighborhood delinquent to threaten to brand kids with a hot iron. Maybe one day after our insurrectionary agorist revolution, our culture could be less it could be depussified a little bit. Maybe we can go back to thinking that's cute and fun. I don't know though. I'm not sure if that's ever going to happen. Sorry about that. Anyway, so our next section is win people to your way of thinking. And the summary is thus: the only way to get the best of an argument is to avoid it. Show respect for the other person's opinion. Never say you're wrong. If you are wrong, admit it quickly and emphatically. You begin in a friendly way. Get the other person saying yes, yes immediately. Let the other person do a great deal of the talking. Let the other person feel that the idea is his or hers. Try honestly to see things from the other person's point of view. Be sympathetic with the other person's ideas and desires. Appeal to the nobler motives. Dramatize your ideas and throw down a challenge. Some of that shit's going to require some elaboration. So let's unpack that. The only way to get the best of an argument is to avoid it. So true. A lot of this stuff is repetition. It ties in with not criticizing people. It's also not disagreeing with people. At least not arguing with people, even if you admit to disagreeing with someone. Nothing good really comes from arguing. I mean, I might push back and say there are rare exceptions to that. Like there are times when two autistic intellectuals or something, they may not actually be autistic, but there are certain people who, if you get two people together who truly enjoy like arguing and they're very intellectual and they actually have a mutual respect, that like they don't really care if that they disagree or not. They just enjoy how smart the person they're disagreeing with is, and so how it's actually fun, if it's like fun to argue. There are rare cases where you get two intellectuals together like that and they actually can disagree and argue at length, but there are, I'm sure Dale Carnegie would point out, there are differences there in the way that they're doing it, because there's a mutual respect underlying it, which is kind of key. So it's like, it's still kind. It's not like people feeling attacked. It's almost like people playing a game. Some people enjoy debate, so I'm not really talking about that. The vast majority of arguments in the world are not that at all. And you should avoid them. Don't have arguments. It's a waste of fucking time. If you're listening to this show, you are already a god among men, right in all matters. Okay. You don't need to argue with these ants. Okay. You need to love them and protect them and make them feel good about themselves so that you can have a positive impact in their lives. And that starts with the next point, which is showing respect for the other person's opinion and never saying you're wrong. You never say you're wrong. Never say you're wrong. First of all, show some goddamn humility. You don't know everything. Maybe they're not wrong. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe you're both wrong. I don't know. But show some respect for the other person's opinion, no matter how dumb, insane, or evil it is. Show respect for their opinion. And like I said before, acknowledge those merits. As this all kind of ties in with that. A lot of this shit seems like it's repeating itself, but it bears repeating and it bears talking about the different facets of it. Never say you're wrong. This is a big sin in dealing with people. You never say that they're wrong. What the hell do you say? We'll get into that. If you are wrong, admit it quickly and emphatically. People eat that shit up. If you're disagreeing with someone or whatever, and it turns out you're wrong, you admit it right away and like lay it on thick and like be very clear that you're admitting it. This also goes for fucking up. If you fuck up in some way, take responsibility. Generally speaking, yeah, I get it. Sometimes, people want to hide things or whatever. There are cases where you want to hide things. This show is about hiding things and security and privacy and all that, right? Well, guess what? A lot of the time, the best way to go if you fuck up is to take responsibility. And like people really, they tend to like that, and it tends to help build this idea that, oh, this guy's real honest. This guy's real honest, upstanding. This motherfucker's they when they do something wrong, they admit it. So when the time comes that you do want to lie or not say something, they won't suspect you. If you it's like they say in 1984, follow the little rules so you can break the big rules. So yeah, generally, for the most part, you should admit, like, because there's not usually huge consequences, and you're being a little bitch about it. So you should just admit when you're wrong, and it shows confidence too, in a way. It shows both humility and confidence. Humility because you're willing to lose a little face or whatever, and confidence because you know that making this one little mistake doesn't take away, it doesn't cancel out everything else you did. So it shows that comfort. It's like how making gay jokes shows how straight you are, or like even having gay sex with me in the Monero bathhouse later in the Midway in Ashwagandha. That'll prove that you're really straight. So meet me in the unisex bathroom. The next one is begin in a friendly way. At this point, are we just beating a dead horse at this point? Begin in a friendly way. Yeah, you don't come out with your dukes up. You start in a friendly way, no matter how much you hate someone, no matter how hostile or tense a situation is. You start in a friendly way. Kill them with kindness. For the most part, that's what you want to do. Even if you're literally, the next thing you're about to do is actually kill them. Be friendly, even more so. You kidding me? You need their guard to be let down. Don't you want the element of surprise? Be friendly. You have very little to gain by warning your foe, by being openly hostile. It's pretty rare. I talked about this recently, threatening people. It's a last ditch thing, and it only works sometimes. It's like the worst tool in your toolbox is threaten people, or be hostile or whatever. Just be friendly all the time, especially to your enemies. Get the other person saying yes immediately. Now this is something that you may have heard already if you've ever like read anything sales or been in any kind of sales job or anything. Like, people talk about this, getting people nodding or saying yes, or, you ask them a question that the answer is yes to. You get them in the yes mode, saying yes, like, so you're here for this reason. You ask them something you already know the answer is yes to, and you get them doing that as quickly as possible and as much as possible, and they're more likely to say yes to other stuff. It's just the truth. Let the other person do a great deal of the talking. This is basically the same shit that we already said. Taking an interest in people and asking them about themselves and blah blah blah. Sometimes people want to talk, and one of the things people can be interested in, it can be whatever their situation is. Like, you're trying to sell someone a product, they'll spend a long time talking about what they're looking for, and I went to this other place and they didn't have what I was looking for, blah 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 blah, blah. And like, just let them and listen. Don't just zone out. Listen to what they're saying and take an interest, and you don't have to let them waste all your time, but don't monopolize the time. You want them to be talking themselves into what you want, and let the other person feel that the idea is his or hers. This is a good segue into that. I wish I could remember the anecdotes he had for that, because I feel like you could use an example. This is really what How to Win Friends and Influence People is all about. It's all about anecdotes, dude. The whole fucking thing is anecdotes. Which is this guy was telling stories way before storytelling was like a buzzword that they had in whatever sales and everything. But it's full of stories, and it really you should just read the fucking book. But that's probably your idea, right? After hearing me say all these glowing, that's probably your idea to read the book, right? Let the other person feel the idea is his or hers. So rather than suggesting an idea directly, you ask them. This is actually connected to Socratic irony in arguments, where instead of arguing your point, you merely ask questions that lead the other person to maybe coming to the same conclusion as you. letting the other person feel the idea is his or hers is kind of like that, where, oh, can you think of a way to do this, to solve this problem? Like, you just set it up and they'll knock it down, kind of thing. Like, if you lead them in the direction of your idea, then they'll say it. And then you can be like, oh, wow, that's an amazing idea. A great idea. I wish I thought of it. Try honestly to see things from the other person's point of view. It's a big fucking deal. Big fucking deal. Not only will it help you with sympathizing with other people and seeing their merits and seeing why they're not so bad when you see how they came to a certain point of view, but it's also going to help you a lot with understanding what they want, which is going to be important in getting them to do stuff that you want them to do. And then be sympathetic with the other person's ideas and desires. That follows naturally from all that other shit, I would say. Appeal to the nobler motives. This is an interesting point that bears elaboration. I think one example he gave in here, there was a story where some customers had a dispute or whatever about certain charges. I can't, it's not really fresh in my mind. But the guy pulled a trick where he was like, after the first people dealing with them didn't do a good job, he came out of the gate saying, you know what, I agree, this situation's been mishandled, and I think that, you know, you had a bad experience with it. We didn't handle it well, and you have shown immense patience and you know, blah blah blah, laying on the praise. And then he was like, you know what, I can tell you're a level-headed person, you're a good person, you're a fair person. We're gonna give you the invoice and you adjust it to whatever you think is fair, and whatever you say goes. And that's that. If you give people the option like that, you appeal to their nobler motives. Like in this example, only one customer actually did okay, well then I'll pay nothing. Only one guy, and that was Thane Riddle. Okay. Only Thane Riddle did, oh, you'll let me decide what to pay? Oh, then I pay nothing. Most people aren't Thane Riddle. Most people will be like, well, that wouldn't be fair. And they'll voluntarily like pay you more if you give them. There's been psychological studies on this, but most people they tend towards honesty. They tend to work, at least in like a market environment, especially if they grew up in a Mad Max type of scenario like our ancestors may have millions of years ago. That's a bit different. They might just kill you and eat you if you if you appeal to their nobler motives. But for now, when times are good, please go for it, because people have learned when times are good that being nice is a good way to go. On some level, they understand that, so they have a sense of fairness and all that crap. So you appeal to that. The next one is dramatize your ideas. This one's great. It's all about being a showman, good showmanship, and how you present your ideas. Don't just say things dryly. Make things fun and interesting and engaging, and fucking, you know, put some flair, do it with flair, and all that crap. And then finally, we have throw down a challenge. This is about promoting competition, getting people to compete over doing what you want them to do, or prove themselves by doing what you want them to do when all else has failed. This is one of the tricks you can pull out. An example that was used was in the book is a plant that was failing to produce, and so the supervisor wrote down in a big number how many like units of work they did. They wrote down like a big number, 4 or whatever, on the ground. So that way, when the night shift people came in, they asked about it, and somebody told them, oh yeah, the manager came in and they said they did 4. So he wrote down 4. And then they were like, what? They think they're better than us? The night shift people can do more than that. So they did 5, and they rubbed it out and wrote the 5 on the ground themselves. Then when the day shift came back the next day, they were like, what the fuck? The night shift guys beat our number. We could do better than that. And they pulled together and they did like 7 or something like that. This is a case of sometimes throwing down a challenge and like a good spirited challenge. It's not like an argument. It's the desire to excel motivates certain people some of the time. And for being a leader, we've got begin with praise and honest appreciation, call attention to people's mistakes indirectly, talk about your own mistakes before criticizing the other person, ask questions instead of giving direct orders, and let the other person save face. Praise the slightest improvement and praise every improvement. Be hearty in your approbation and lavish in your praise. Give the other person a fine reputation to live up to. Use encouragement. Make the fault seem easy to correct. And finally, make the other person happy about doing the thing you suggest. A lot of this shit is shit that we've basically said already. Begin with praise and honest appreciation. Same shit, but as a leader. And hey, when you're a leader, your praise and criticism is even more powerful. So be even more careful if you're in any kind of leadership position. You're a parent, you're running a company, you have to be even better. Okay, WWTD. What would Thane do? Call it. Don't do what Thane would do. Do something. Do what someone better could do, like someone who's saintly or whatever. Nobody comes to mind for some reason. WW something D. Put it on a bracelet, maybe. That's my idea, but you can do it. Call attention to people's mistakes indirectly. This is like one of the examples given in the book was a guy wrote a speech, and he was a guy who's good at speeches, but this one speech sucked. It was way too dry, way too factual, and his wife read it, and rather than just telling him that, she was like, "Oh wow, it has all this information. It's so deep. This could be an article in the Atlantic." That was all it took for him to realize, oh shit, this isn't suitable for a speech. You call attention to the mistake indirectly. You can even make it seem like a compliment. Talk about your own mistakes before criticizing the other person, because it's just like whatever earlier, when you're wrong, you admit it. It makes people feel a little less alone. I'm not saying you're especially retarded. Only you're the first person in the world to fuck up. I'll be, oh yeah, I had that problem too. Oh yeah, I do that shit all the time. Oh yeah, like that makes people feel a lot better. Ask questions instead of giving direct orders. An example was given of a guy who never gave a direct order in his whole career or whatever. You can go years and you can go forever without giving a direct order. You can just say like, maybe it would be nice. Maybe it would be better if we did it like this, or oh, what do you think? How do you think we could, you can just ask questions and instead of telling people what to do, and it works better. Let the other person save face. This is huge. This one is big. It's kind of like giving people a feeling of importance. You do not want to make people feel ashamed or lose face. You want to give them the ability to stay important. An example was used of a guy who had to be removed as the head of a department, and everyone was freaked out because he was like a genius and he was temperamental and they didn't want to lose him. But so what the guy did was the guy whose job it was to demote this guy, pretty much, he created a fancy new job title and gave that to him and made it feel like a lateral move or even a promotion, like, ooh, special, ooh. And he didn't care at all about being removed as the head of the department. Praise the slightest improvement and praise every improvement. Be hearty in your approbation and lavish in your praise. Big deal. Something that we don't do enough, kind of like not criticizing. No matter how small an improvement or someone doing something good that you want them to do, you lay on that praise like crazy. Okay, every little time. If there's any question in your mind, oh, should I praise or not praise? Praise. The answer is praise. Give the other person a fine reputation to live up to. This is when you tell people that they already are great. They already are this and that. They already are what you want them to be, how you want them to. Oh, I know that you're because you're like this, you're gonna do this. You give people a good reputation to live up to, and it's funny, but it's a powerful thing. It makes it a lot easier somehow psychologically to do the thing, to live up to it. If people they say that they think you already are that way, maybe it makes it seem easier, which kind of goes into The next point, use encouragement, make the fault seem easy to correct. These two are connected. If you're already great or you have natural talent, you got a natural talent, this thing that you're sucking at like crazy, you actually have a natural talent in this. And oh, trust me, you'll learn this. You'll pick this up in no time. This little extra improvement, no big deal. You'll pick it up in no time. It's way more motivating, or rather not so demotivating, to do that as opposed to, make it seem like hard to correct. And then finally, make the other person happy about doing the thing you suggest. You know all about that. Sometimes it means just paying them. Sometimes it means, whatever. I think this is where the story was about the goat. They were having trouble leading a goat into a barn. They were fucking yanking on it and pushing it and all that, and it was fighting them every step of the way. And then the maid or whatever just stuck her finger in the goat's mouth, and the goat was suckling on it. So then she just walked back into the barn, and the goat followed her so that it could keep suckling on her finger. And once again, that comes from understanding the wants, from putting yourself in the other person's shoes. The goat didn't want to get away from the grass where all its food was. It didn't want to go into that desolate barn. So instead, she made it feel like it was feeding, like it had a nipple or whatever, and lured her in. This is like you catch more bees with honey kind of thing. So there you go. Hope you learned something. Hope you that whetted your beak a little bit. You should just read How to Win Friends and Influence People yourself, because and you should read it more than once. Honestly, you should take notes, and you should go over it again and again and again. And you should this takes a lifetime to get better at. But yeah, I forgot to mention, if you want to call in, you can go to PAZNIA.com/call. Looks like, I don't know, there's someone here in the Jitsi Meet group. I don't know if they want to talk. You can talk now if you want to. The only thing I have left to do is read a few TOTSI documents, which hopefully people don't think is too retarded. Oh yeah, and I guess I can look at dude, would you believe that I almost forgot to read fan mail again? How retarded would that be? I even got good questions last week and this week from I can go over 25. Yeah, we might go into overdrive. Yeah, we might go into overdrive because I have enough stuff somehow. But yeah, if the guy who is in the Jitsi Meet room, I don't know if you want me to leak it, that you're in it, the guy or girl, but you can talk at any time if you want to. In the meantime, let's see what people are saying in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Shadrach said, so I made them listen to Greaser's new album and ran through that website. Oh, he's talking about how the talk that we last week we wanted Shadrach's link for the talk, and he gave it to us. I'll spell it for you in NATO phonetics: Alpha Tango Oscar Bravo dot Tango X-ray 1138.com, atob.tx1138.com. What the fuck kind of link is that, Shadrach? So yeah, he said the talk was a bit meh. He prepared it for a Shark Tank in Switzerland and got rejected. Okay, so he's saying that his talk sucks, but it had a promising name. So yeah, you can, Doc, you can talk if you want to talk. We can talk. I'm allowed to go into overdrive today, so you can talk if you want. I made them listen to Greaser's new album, ran through that website. Fluffy Bitcoin-friendly version designed to be cloned and can be made dark. We should just talk on air next week since I won't be in Lugano. Oh, great. Well, it's great that I decided. Well, if you want to call in now, Shadrach, you can. I don't know if you're listening. But yeah, we could talk if you want. I have time. And we've got Doc Barber here if he can talk if he wants to.
Yep. Howdy, this is Doc.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Just fiddling around with Portal here, playing with some new stuff.
What's the new stuff on Quirtle?
Oh, there's a new music player, and so I'm kind of running it through its paces and reporting back what I learned to the dev. And he's fixing things pretty quick. It's looking really nice.
So is this like a music that's hosted on Chordal being played kind of thing?
Actually, it's
Right.
hosted in your own node, and then it's distributed through the Chordal network.
Right. Yeah, that's more or less.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like it could shape up to be an alternative to like other music streaming services kind of thing.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I really like what I see so far.
Rayo2
Kinda
asks,
slow
when can
at this
PRM
point
stream on
because,
Chordal? That's a good question.
Streaming's it's not able to quite stream yet. They're
Right.
waiting to finish putting it on top of Reticulum before we can do that.
I think I remember us. They don't do streaming yet, but they have their eye on it. I think
Oh, yeah.
Doc Barber has uploaded a few of our episodes there already, hasn't he? Or just the one he was on?
A few. Yeah.
Yeah. So a
I got
few of our shows
distracted
are
and-
already there.
Got distracted by other things, and we'll get back to it eventually.
Yeah. So yeah, live streaming eventually. I guess they're going to do that after the Reticulum integration.
Right.
For some reason.
Yeah, right now they're
Charles-
working on a thing that's going to speed up the data gathering in the network, where the number of hops required for the data to return to you will be only one, with nothing in between, just peer-to-peer. And then we'll be able to go like 8 layers deep, like 8 degrees of freedom. And so it's going to speed up the speed of data recovery, downloading a video or whatnot, about a more order of magnitude.
That's good. Yeah, that'll be needed. Yeah. So Charles in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat says, on your topic of Tor-like physical shipping, myself and a few other XMR Bazaar vendors created an elaborate service for multi-hop privacy shipping with no full knowledge shared among the shippers. It garnered interest and was a cool ad, but ultimately it was cost prohibitive to customers since they basically paid 3 times normal shipping costs and wait 3 times the time to receive it. Plus, it just took a lot of coordination and compartmentalization. Unless they were shipping stolen federal submarine blueprints or something, probably not worth it just to obfuscate a sex toy purchase or whatever. Also, pardon my woeful suggestion that any of the chats are anything but vibrantly active in the long run, utterly teeming with the evolutionary predecessors to microbiomic life. My time preference was short-sighted and totally out of line, sir. Thank you for your apology, Charles. It was much needed. And yeah, I am not surprised that a clunky ramshackle approach to onion routing for physical packages is too expensive to do normally. I do think we probably need a decentralized protocol to coordinate it kind of automatically. We need to actually almost because imagine an organization with infrastructure comparable to a shipper, like FedEx or something, or like, Amazon has warehouses of goods just sitting around. One day that will be done with decentralized protocols. We'll have decentralized protocols managing logistical networks. So that's where you'll get the efficiency. It'll be the whole shipper will be like one network. And I think that's what's going to bring costs down. It'll be coordinated automatically and done like there will be economy of scale in there. I think that's how it's going to happen. I don't know how soon that's going to happen though. Yes, Charles is the one pulling the clips for the show, as I've heard. Thank you, Charles, for taking on the job. Hopefully it's good. Well, we'll have some pithy clips. Oh, brother, man, Charles is going to have to suffer a lot if he wants to wade through this show or other whatever to make clips. I don't envy that. Ted says, listening to Saturday's show, Thane Riddle emphasize of the Psy when hooking up connectors to flash an Intel chip. That, sir, is Oscar award-winning impersonation. Yeah, well, it's not. It comes from experience. Yeah. You don't want to flash your own firmware or neutralize the IME to a laptop, folks, you want to go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane and buy it. Jammin already did it. It's not fun. Dick and I are busy today. Can't wait to listen to the replay, Shadrach says. All right, Shadrach, we'll have to get you on the show next week or two to talk about whatever the fuck you talked about on that, and maybe it'll be less shitty than the talk that you get. Hey, Shadrach said it, not me. He said that his talk was meh, so whatever. What else you got for us, Ted? You got anything else on the docket? Cordal stuff, or I don't know if you want to. You don't have to talk more if you don't want to. It's fine. I've got more than enough crap to take up time. Oh yeah, I should actually read this fan mail, because Thought Crime Boss sent me a fan mail last week that I forgot to read, and then he didn't say a damn thing about it. He didn't he just gave me another one this week and didn't say anything. Maybe he even didn't notice. Who knows? Let's look at last week's. Here's last week's message from Thought Crime Boss that I did not read. He said, "Hey Thane, which browser do you use as your daily driver and why? Is there any way to mitigate fingerprinting that is based on which browser extensions I have installed in Brave browser? Is that even a thing?" Nice try, Fed. Rather than talking about what I do, I mean, honestly, yeah, I think, is there any way to the answer is yes, that's a thing. What extensions you have in a browser and stuff can and often does alter the fingerprint of the browser. Years back, man, I remember years and years ago, over 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, it used to be really cool to try and spoof your browser fingerprint, try and spoof all this stuff. There was an extension called Chameleon, and before that there was something else. It was a cool idea, but we were fighting a losing battle. It was never gonna, it's not the answer. The answer is not to try and, the answer honestly is use not necessarily default, but close to default configurations. Don't install extensions. Just use the browsers that have like the ad blocking by default. Yeah, like Brave browser or whatever. And yeah, just leave it alone. Like you can change a couple defaults, but for the most part, just leave it alone is the sad answer. And if you're serious about avoiding fingerprinting, then you go with something like Tor browser, or you even better use Hunix, which if you're using cubes is easy. You start a Hunix cube or whatever in the Tor browser and that, because believe it or not, there are certain kinds of fingerprinting that even the browser can't help with. Like there's an obscure way to figure out what kind of operating system they're using because of how, not to get too technical, but how the TCP IP stack is implemented. You can actually figure out like, oh, they're on Linux or Windows or whatever, and there's no way to spoof that in the browser. So that's why something like Hunix comes in. You need a virtual machine. You don't just stop at the browser. You go all the way to the operating system and have different virtual machines for different things. And that's why cubes is really where it's at if you're serious about this kind of thing. But yeah, just having like a default Brave in a disposable cube should be pretty good, or having Tor browser in a Hunix cube should be good. It's just keep it simple. Browsers are the web, the World Wide Web is a losing. It's just a mess. The whole like trying to defeat fingerprinting in complicated ways doesn't work. It just makes your fingerprint more there are too many ways to slip up. You can't spoof a fingerprint effectively. Oh, by the way, there's another project worth looking at that like almost nobody's heard of. Simplified Privacy. It's this guy called Shadow Rebel. I should probably get him on the show sometime. He seems like he would be a fun guest. He's like a very angry, impassioned guy who's always ranting. Nobody knows who the hell he is. Almost, he's pretty obscure, but he's got something called Simplified Privacy, and they have their own VPN solution, and it's pretty cool. And they have like this open source client where it creates little sandboxes, and it has like preset like cookie cutter browser configurations that start up in their own little sandboxes. So that's one example of something cool that has been created to try and deal with this problem, as well as certain problems with the way people approach VPNs. So simplified privacy is something worth looking into. Or yeah, just using cubes and kind of default browser configurations. Basically, you want to look like as many other people as possible. Just keep it simple, default. And here's Thought Crime Boss's a question from this week. Mr. Thane Riddle, I am trying to figure out a way to get automatically recurring subscription credit card payments without needing to use my real identity and without opening a bank account under my real identity. Do you know how I can do this? Of course. It's a fuck around and it's always changing. Funny enough, we just brought up today 2fiat.com. That's the number 2 fiat.com. They are taking Monero and all that crap for a reloadable 3D secure enabled debit card. And they explicitly say in their FAQ that they that recurring like subscription payments will work on their card. Because I know the reason you're asking this is that a lot of these Monero loaded debit cards or whatever, they'll tell you, or maybe not tell you and let you find out the hard way, that subscription, like recurring subscription payments, won't work. No one wants to learn how all this legacy fintech stuff works and what's the difference between a virtual card and this kind of card and what the fuck is 3D secure. And if you're like a huge nerd about legacy fintech, which is like not an exciting thing to be a nerd about, then you'll understand why, it gets rejected for this reason and that reason. It's all stupid red tape. But if you're not sure, basically ask the support or whatever. Like, for example, if you look on XMR cards, like XMR dot cards, I'm looking at the Rewarble Visa card description, and like it doesn't say anything. Like, I don't know, maybe if you should read Rewarble's site. Like, do they say anything about subscriptions? I don't know. Like, you can ask if you're not sure. You can ask. Coin Cards, CakePay, Trocador. I guess you can if they don't say on their site anything about subscriptions, you could try asking them, will subscriptions work on this? But 2fiat.com, uniquely, they say it'll work. Of course, there are other ways too. You can, sometimes you think you need that and you don't. You might be able to do it with a gift card, and gift cards are a lot easier to buy than prepaid debit cards. And they tend to work more. So that's one way to do it if you're having trouble. And of course, finally, you can always go to the proxy merchant level. That's always your last ditch thing, is go get a proxy merchant, someone with a credit card, just a normal ass credit card. And it could be some shady person from Belarus that you found on the internet, as long as they have a good reputation. And hopefully they won't scam you. They won't exit scam you one day. That's one way to do it. There are people who hold credit cards for you, and they'll take crypto on the internet. But there are also people, whatever, you can meet them in real life or make friends with people you trust. And, that's why you network with people in second realms, and you can find a proxy merchant sometime that'll let you use their credit card if you've got a good reputation, and vice versa. So there you go, TCB. We'll try not to forget to read your fan mail again. Let's see. Do we have any other? I don't know if did you want to say anything else, Doc Barber? I know if you're still there. You don't have to. I got other shit.
Forgot to mention how Midvest went.
Oh yeah, tell me about Midvest.
Yeah, we missed Shadrach too. He was at the previous one, but yeah, it was a good event. We had nice turnout as far as, just a quality crowd. A lot of people brought their instruments this time. We had a 12-string guitar and
Got a hippie drum
bunch
circle
of,
going.
yep, had that too. It's funny how everybody just seems to know how to drum. But at
Oh yeah,
any
you just
rate,
got to hit something.
yeah, the probably the most noteworthy thing about the whole event was there were so many kids. My goodness,
That's
I might have
good.
to rename it Kid Fest. It's definitely a
Well,
family-friendly deal.
that is a name that would attract libertarians, but not for
Yeah.
the right reasons.
Well, maybe not. But at any rate, it was good. I always like watching all the kids swarm around, doing whatever, selling stuff, riding their bikes, and just running here and there.
That's good. That's what we want. I want more recruits. Okay, let's recruit some of these cipher mercs. I need some military age or gonna be military age in 5 years, 10 years. That's what I need. Gotta get them and trap them into my cycle of war, like Big Boss from Metal Gear. That's good. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. We need more young blood.
Yep.
So I guess if there's nothing else, I'll bore everyone with my special Halloween treat,
All right.
which was
Good visiting
to
with you.
read.
Bye.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for calling in, Doc. It's always a pleasure to have such an important mover and shaker calling into the show and updating us on such interesting topics as Cordal and Midfest, both two important, notable things in the world. So yeah, now I'll give you some garbage to eat. I'll shovel some garbage onto your plate, and you're gonna say, "Thank you, please give me more." For Halloween, since Devil's Night's coming up, and I know that you're all anarchists, right? So that means you're anarchists in the 1989 text file sense, which means that you want to make napalm and then put it in a wheelbarrow and then grab a glob of it and set it on fire and like throw it at stuff, right? That's what anarchists are into, like anarchist cookbook anarchism. Let's go back to that for Devil's Night this Thursday. You can play some pranks on your enemies, and we all know about silly string and toilet paper and eggs, but let's revisit the nostalgic realm of Tatsi, the temple of the screaming electron, where a lot of these text files can be found under the category bad ideas. And I'm going to read a few of these now to help you with your Devil's Night and trick-or-treating preparations. I hope you find this amusing like I do. So first we have Automotive Executions by the Clayman. This one's a little bit better than some of the, because a lot of the shit that was written on Tatsi that's under bad ideas is like 13-year-old boys making shit up that won't actually work if you try it, but it's like some cool shit that they thought of. Maybe one idea out of 5 or 10 is actually good. But this guy actually kind of seems like he might have tried the things. He might have actually done all these insane, dangerous, horrible, murderous things. Automotive Executions by the Clayman. Over the years, I have seen and done some pretty nasty things to an automobile. Some of the things that I have seen suggested on this site work. Some others are lame attempts written by kids out to cause a little bit of mischief. Here are some surefire ways to ruin a mark's pride and joy. A tin of automotive paint remover poured in nice patterns and slogans on your mark's car. This stuff costs under $10 at any auto shop and will strip the paint right back to the bare metal in about 45 minutes. The problem with this stuff is once it goes into the paintwork, it starts working straight away. Trying to wash it off results in more problems. How cool is that? A tire valve remover also works wonders too. Just loosen the valve enough so it starts to hiss, then turn the valve back a quarter of a turn. When the mark drives off and hits a pothole or speed bump in the road, there will be a very good chance of blowing the tire valve into orbit. This also renders the tire uninflatable unless a new valve is inserted into the tire. This could totally kill somebody, by the way. From the outside of the vehicle, there are a number of things that can be done to make your mark's car less valuable. Some quick set super glue on an old key broken into the locks works fine, unless they have central locking. This was written a long time ago, folks. A couple of cuts with a craft knife onto the front rubber brake lines. Let that brake fluid fly. While under there, cut halfway through the fan belt, too. A couple of pinholes in the radiator hose. With an adjustable spanner, loosen or remove the engine sump plug. Let the oil run free. If you can reach up far enough into the inline fuel filter, you'll find more rubber hose to pinhole. Make sure it leaks fuel back into the engine block, because when the engine's exhaust heats up, question mark. So yeah, just in case you're trying to fucking murder somebody, just cut their brake line, but just cut it a little bit, so that it fails partway into their ride. This is what they're getting at. This is how it's done, folks. All this can be done under the car without lifting the hood. It's just some friendly child mischief for the kids on Devil's Night. The only thing to ruin an exhaust pipe is a can of Expandofoam that can be bought at any hardware store for around $5. It's used in building, so to fill cracks and gaps within masonry. It's set solid in about 2 hours. So just pull the nozzle up the exhaust pipe and fill away. Result, the end line may not start, or the exhaust system will blow. Don't bother with potatoes and bananas. Mythbusters blew that one right out the window. Quickset concrete in the fuel system has been known as the only thing to ruin the fuel system. Leave your sugar, bleach, and mothballs at home. They don't work. Diesel fuel into an unleaded fuel car also fouls the fuel system, but don't destroy it. Doesn't destroy it. Just remove the fuel cap and add funnel and concrete. Super glue and sand onto the windshield wipers does some really nice scratch damage to the windscreen. Another nice one is to get some tie wire and place a dead fish on top of the exhaust pipe holding or baffle, hot dog or baffle. Make sure that it's tied on tight. When your mark goes for a drive, they will start to notice a rather foul smell. And within a month, the car should have a nice pungent aroma. Crack a couple of eggs onto the vents at the back of the hood, just in front of the windscreen, the air intake vent. This will foul the air conditioner in the car. This one stinks the car out really bad. Run an oily rag over the front/rear disc brakes. This sorely hinders the mark's stopping power. Once again, just in case you're trying to kill somebody. All the above actions have been tried and been very successful. I would strongly discourage any persons from attempting these acts, as they do work. Plus, they can have some serious effects upon your mark, maybe even resulting in death. I cannot be held liable for any information enacted upon in this document. This information is for education and awareness purposes only. Not me, folks. Thane Riddle can be held liable because he's irresponsible. There's some tips for your Devil's Night. And this one's short and sweet. Stinky Bomb by Matt. I thought this one was really clever, so I decided to include it. How to make any place unenterable due to the strong odor that will fill the room. Take a can of Axe body spray and put a rubber band or tape on the button so that it sprays nonstop until it's out and will leave a strong scent throughout the room. Make sure to put it in a garbage can or hide it so no one will know where the scent is coming from. Anyone attempting to enter the room will heave and vomit from the nasty, stinky smell. This might be a 13-year-old's idea that they've never tried, that they just thought sounded cool. But I kind of feel like if you managed to unload a full can of Axe body spray somewhere, it really would smell. It would be enough to probably make it unpleasant to be around there. Oh, Rayo2 says, I've heard Expando foam works well on plumbing systems too. See Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage via Lua Pub. That's right, folks. Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage is one of the best books we have on libertyunderattack.com. Tell them Thane sent you, folks, so that I can get 5 cents for you buying one book. Yeah, right. But it's all included in the Liberty Under Attack bundle. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Tell them Thane sent you. I assume it's included in the bundle, probably. And then finally, this one's really stupid, folks. I hope you like it. This isn't even a Devil's Night prank kind of thing. Well, it kind of is that, but it's about trick-or-treating. Here, I hope you like. I just thought this kid was funny. This is written by a 15-year-old kid, okay, like fucking 25 years ago or something. So enjoy. Kick-Ass Trick-or-Treating by TV Henjin. It pisses me off when people ask me, aren't you a little old to be trick-or-treating? Aren't you a little old to be considered mortal, Grandma? Now fork over your damn candy, bitch. I'll be trick-or-treating till I can legally drink. I love trick-or-treating, more so now than when I was young. I'm 15 now, and I've only passed up trick-or-treating on one Halloween. Big mistake. You know what it's like having to get up every 5 minutes and hear that god-awful twick or tweet from some little kid with his overly religious, bleeding heart liberal mom who's always either an extreme MILF or a huge fat bitch? After that horrible day of having to constantly pause my movie and get up with the only thing keeping me sane was the sight of MILFs, although that kind of made it worse because the kids kept coming faster than I could masturbate to their moms. I decided I'm no longer going to miss out on trick-or-treating. Halloween rules, but you got to know how to trick-or-treat right. First things first, if you have a costume, secure any loose parts on it because they could easily fall off while running. As for the costume, make sure your costume doesn't suck and that it's something no one else would think to be. Thinking about being a bum? Don't. Everybody's a bum. It's stupid. Even worse, a ghost. Be something like the French Taunter from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, or Alex from A Clockwork Orange. Also be prepared to get your costume stained. Second of all is your candy bag. Use a pillowcase. Everything else sucks ass. A pillowcase holds quite a lot of candy, is strong and quiet. Plastic bags suck. They're small, loud, and they break easily. Paper bags also suck. They're too big, also loud, hard to carry, and will break when you least need it. So definitely use a pillowcase. Now I'm going to talk about the shit you'll need to take with you. First, bring a knife. Make sure it's about medium-sized pocket knife, about 3-inch, 8 centimeters blade. For self-protection, no. Because what happens if you see a little kid who's trick-or-treating by himself? No moms or grown-ups are going to see him. So you and your friends hide and wait for him to come by. You stay low to the ground. When he comes by you, slash his bag. Then run in, grab as much candy as you can, shove it in your bag, and haul ass. Revenge items. I'll get to those later. But one more necessity. Can't spell it. Anyhow, you don't really need it, but I carry it to get back at people who piss me off. A microcassette recorder. What's this good for? Well, if someone was a pain in the ass, record their address. And when you go home, go to whitepages.com and do reverse search with their address to get their phone number and prank call them at 3 a.m. One of my favorites is to yell at them in a drunk voice with, "Why the hell did you give me any candy?" Now for things to bring for revenge. The most conventional are the egg, toilet paper, and shaving cream. There's a problem with this though. People are going to be looking for stuff like that. So I like to be creative. One of my favorites is to fill film canisters with paint. I like blue. If you never played Earthbound, don't expect to understand why. I just pop the top off and chuck them at someone's house. Paint isn't as hard to remove as yolk, but it's much more visible. A classic is to get some dry ice, put a gallon can of paint on someone's porch, put the dry ice in the paint, stick the top on, ring the doorbell, and run like hell, preferably where you can see the action. The dry ice will build up pressure, top will blow, and paint will splatter everywhere. It's hilarious. One thing that I thought up but never tried is to fill up a garbage can with water, tip it against someone's door, ring the bell, and run. I never figured out how the hell to do it because a garbage can filled with water would be pretty damn heavy. Another idea I came up with but never tried is to fill film canisters with paint combined with vinegar and have a canister filled with baking soda with you. If someone pisses you off, go to their house, take the lid off the canister quickly, put some baking soda in it, put the lid back on, put the part of their house that they least need paint on, and casually walk away. Take a few seconds to build up pressure. There's no anyway. I think he's on to something here. This is kind of like, he's kind of talking. There's a way to make a smoke bomb that's kind of similar to this, where you put like a little. You want two chemicals to mix on impact, right? So you put one container inside another. I think he's onto something, but you might want to use something else, like a Christmas decoration or a light bulb, something that would smash on impact. I don't know. I guess he's trying to build up pressure inside. There's something here. He's onto something here. He's just trying to make a paint bomb, though. I'm sure someone's done a better job of that already. Now for the miscellaneous section, if I spelled that right. This kid's just obsessed with the film canisters of paint. Bring a watch, self-explanatory. Hide your film canisters where they won't crush and get paint all over you. Otherwise, you're busted. The good thing is the canisters aren't as fragile as eggs, which you practically have to hold. I recommend in your pillowcase and try to keep them on top of your candy to prevent them from breaking open. Again, if there are any loose parts to your costume, make sure they're secure or bring more of them. When you see a house with people who aren't home and just left the candy out with that little sign that says, please take one, take the whole friggin' thing and the bowl. The candy's in. If there's a stand the bowl's on that you could easily take it and give it to someone else. Someone's house have a nice decoration. You like it? Take it. Glow sticks look cool at night and will prevent you from having to worry about any cars, but they just give away your location. You're smart enough not to cross when you hear a car coming anyway. Glow sticks are for dumb kids who should get hit by cars anyway to aid the evolution of the human race. Conserve your ammo. Use your canisters or whatever you're using sparingly. If someone pisses you off, but not enough to be worthy of using your ammo on them, then think up ways to piss them off, like putting their decorations in naughty positions or taking their porch light bulbs and smashing them. Make sure you use them. You don't want to go on waste and wait. God damn it. You don't want them to going to waste and then waiting till next year. It's also best to use them at night when the lighting's not good. And last but not least, go to an area that you don't know very well. Make sure to bring a friend with a good map memory so you don't get lost. Adventure rules. And there's adventure when you're in an area you don't know about. I think adventure might be the best part of trick-or-treating, next to the free candy, of course. Oh, and one more very important part of trick-or-treating. You must be ruthless. If you care too much about some little kid to steal his candy, you shouldn't be trick-or-treating. That kid wasn't going to get a whole lot of candy anyway, but you're shooting for a shitload. Also, don't consider the feelings of people who pissed you off. They deserve your wrath. And that about wraps things up. Trick-or-treating rules. I don't know how 13-year-olds can say, I'm too old for that shit. Your loss. You'd rather go to a party and wake up with a hangover and a couple of STDs than piss off some people and get about 20 pounds of candy? TV Engine. Find spelling or grammar errors. Have some fun Halloween revenge pranks. IM me on AIM. Rattlesnake IBKTR. Well, there you go, folks. Now you're fully... This was a young Thane Riddle in the making. Probably around 25 years ago. I don't really know when this was published. That's as good a guess as any. Thane Riddle in the making. Maybe it was me. You'll never know. Kind of sounds like me, doesn't it? We should republish those via LuaPub. I mean, yeah, all we got to do is go on Totsi. You know, there's Totsi archives and mirrors. We could do a selection maybe of like we could curate the best stuff that they had on Totsi. There's a lot of cool stuff on Totsi. There's even like the last week our friend Avalon Centrifuge or something or whatever asked about, he made a joke about locusts, breeding a bunch of locusts to play a joke on Christians. There was my answer to him was partially based on something I saw on Bad Ideas like 20 years ago. There's something in here about breeding locusts. It's actually about breeding pesticide resistant locusts, where like you feed the locusts a low dose of pesticide, and then the ones that survive breed, and you just keep increasing the dose over and over again until you get like highly pesticide resistant locusts, and then you unleash them on the farms. Or there's all sorts of crazy ideas, and some of them are fucking retarded. Yeah, I could write the foreword. That's a great idea. I would be honored to write the foreword for a selection of shit from Totsi. That would be great. We should totally do that sometime. Sounds easy too. That's my favorite part. Anyway, folks, it's been real. Did I forget anything? No, I don't think so. I didn't even have to go into overdrive. The timing worked out. I mean, I went to overdrive a little bit, but that's close enough. Anyway, folks, let's see. What am I supposed to do at the end of an episode again? Let's see. Plug myself. So yeah, I'm a privacy consultant. I'm very serious. Very serious. Don't pay attention to the rest of the show. Very serious privacy expert and security expert. I can help you disappear. I can help you get out of trouble, or I can help you I can just help tell you to use Linux. And oh yeah, you should install Linux Mint. Yeah, whatever you want, man. You got the money, you got the balls, I got the guts. We'll meet out in the parking lot. And so, yeah, go to vonupodcast.com/CD. Talk to me on Session or SimpleX if you need some help with privacy or security matters. On the next show next week, around fucking 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, I'll talk about sneaking around, okay, like a ninja, okay, walking around quietly and shit like that, and not being seen. Ooh, like Solid Snake. And I guess for building the second realm, I'm kind of running out of shit to talk about. I'll talk about zero knowledge reputation systems and private decentralized markets. I'll just get deeper into that. Unless someone distracts me and comes up with something better, then maybe this is a lie. I'll leave you with a quote from Mr. Rogers, none other than Mr. Rogers. When we love a person, we accept him or her exactly as is. The lovely with the unlovely, the strong with the fearful, the true mixed in with the facade. And of course, the only way we can do it is by accepting ourselves that way. Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still. Voluntaryist Academy with James Cordiner should be on soon, 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, maybe. And followed by some more PRND programming at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. There will be the third and final episode of Second Realm Speed Dating, which is I've heard is funny. And then it'll end tonight with a rebroadcast of last week's Vonu podcast live with Chris Jansen talking about spiritual self-liberation. So don't touch that dial, folks. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
George Sanchez, here reporting for the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness, our regular installment of Longevity Wonders. As a service to our members, we are always on the lookout for those in excellent health who may have lessons to share when it comes to the topics of health and longevity. With me today is Sage Rosen. While Sage isn't old enough to fulfill the longevity angle, he did recover from so-called stage 4 liver cancer in a highly unconventional way. Let's learn more. Sage, it's great to be with you. Could you tell us your story?
Yes, George, namaste. 5 years ago, deep into a raw vegan diet, I experienced a wide array of health issues. After some testing, mainstream medicine called it liver cancer, highly progressed. They recommended chemotherapy immediately, but still didn't have much hope. Well, one morning, about 16 hours into a hero dose of LSD, the idea came to me. I just needed to start drinking my own urine. This may have just been the drug addict mind at work, as each time I drank a glass of that warm, delicious piss, I redosed some of the acid for a couple days. It was a hell of a time, let me tell you. After I returned to normal, I continued the piss therapy and also started working in meat and dairy back into my diet. It was amazing. My body basically rebuilt itself, and it was from drinking my own urine.
I have to exercise some skepticism here. It could have just as easily been adding back in the meat and dairy. I think you just ate a malnourished diet. Anyway, did you go back and get tests to verify your newfound state of good health?
George, I have to disagree. If you haven't ever tried drinking your own piss, you just wouldn't understand. But yes, I went back and all of my tests came back stellar, within the span of a few months.
You mentioned something else before we started recording. Fermented urine?
Ah, yes. This is where the real hypercharged magic happens. Just as there are benefits to fermenting dairy, cabbage, etc., there are amazing benefits for fermenting urine too. Pee into a mason jar and leave it there for as long as you can muster. If you're like me, you're fiending for that shit, and it's hard to get beyond a week fermentation. I think I could have been the stage for liver cancer in half the time if I started the fermenting urine from the start.
Just incredible. Truly incredible. Well, Sage, I think you're going to have a hard sell here on getting the listeners and viewers to start consuming their own urine. But regardless, we're happy you found health however you managed to do it. Alright, folks. There you have it, Sage Rosen, a connoisseur of all things urine. Of course, I can't truly recommend a modality like this, but I hope it's been enlightening nonetheless. With that, we'll close out this installment of Longevity Wonders. I'm George Sanchez reporting for the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness. Hope you found it of value. Until next time, cheers.
Hey folks, this is Buster Cherry. I just wanted to let you know about a new Bitcoin podcast that is launching. Are you tired of listening to podcasts done by suits? Do you want to hear content that affirms you doing nothing and makes you feel good about it? Do you want to be told that you can change the world by buying $100 hardware wallets, using Bitcoin-only KYC exchanges, running knots on a Start9 server, as well as buying whatever the recent gadget is? Do you want to hear macro gibberish that doesn't even make sense but confirms you are right? Well, Plebs Slop is the podcast for you. By plebs for plebs, this podcast will complain about people doing things while making you feel good, while you sit on your couch smoking weed and shit posting about David Bailey on Twitter. The co-hosts, Citizen Pleb and Toxic Plebanaut, will entertain you. This podcast can only be found on Fiat Podcasting 1.0 platforms because the hosts don't believe you should ever spend your Bitcoin. Find the hosts on Twitter, not Nostr, because the UX is too hard. Now sit back, light a cigarette, and enjoy the show.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Last night, the Lord gave me a dream of hope and of revival. The Lord showed me a town that was demoralized. The people were tired and the buildings were dilapidated. Once a vibrant city shining on a hill, the economy had crumbled when the coal mine that employed the townspeople had shut down, causing many people to lose their jobs. The situation seemed hopeless as a place once full of vibrant culture fell into squalor and the people struggled to pay their taxes. But then a new industry came to town, as well as a musician. The industry brought life, and the musician brought good vibes. All of a sudden, a town that was gasping its last breaths was invigorated. People that were tired and giving up hope began to feel connection and jump with joy. I know that times are hard out there right now, but Jesus' message is how you can change the world with good vibes. The Lord commands you to lift your vibes high. He came into the world when the vibes were low, when the people felt like they had no hope. On the day he was crucified, even his followers had bad vibes. But Jesus conquered bad vibes once and for all so that we can conquer them ourselves. I know it's hard out there. There is war on the horizon. People are arguing about relay policy. Many faithful are losing hope that President Trump will pump our meme coins and usher in the God candle. But church, you do not need to wait for the God candle to have good vibes. Let us reject the temptation to be grumpy. The world needs a good vibes revival, so let us start here today on the first day of October. Now, church, let's sing and usher the good vibe revival into this world, here and now.
The weight of the world tests my faith. I try to repent, but it feels too late. People are angry, tired and scared. Temptations to think that you don't care. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. The good vibes revival. The noise of the world pulls me away. Distractions surround me every day, but in the chaos your joy breaks through, reminding me to vibe with you. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibes revival. You found me when my vibes were low. You picked me up and healed my soul. We sit and wait for your arrival, but while we wait, let's have a good vibe revival. A good vibe revival.
Hey pioneers, my name is Fillmore Katz and I am a Jewish lawyer. Richard Greaser asked me to give my thoughts on some legal theory regarding the revelations from Lola Leitz's recent piece in The Rage. It appears that Luke's lawyers have been working on attempting to set some legal precedents around spam and are alleged to be drafting letters to mining pools. They seem to want to use threats of government coercion in order to further their goals of how they think other businesses should operate, as well as how individuals should be running nodes in their own homes. If there is one thing that gets a Jewish lawyer like me excited, it is lawfare and outrageous legal theory. Let it be said, two can play this game, but the Jew always wins. A legal precedent was set in 1919 in the United States Supreme Court case, Schenck v. United States, that shouting fire in a crowded theater was not a First Amendment protected activity as it was done to unjustly incite panic. Actions like these are dangerous and immoral. We have seen in recent months individuals attempt to incite panic that Bitcoin will die as a result of running core version 30. This is patently false, as raising the op return limit will have almost no effect whatsoever at encouraging spam, as it is 4 times as expensive as current inscription mechanisms. Individuals including uncredentialed professors, influencers, mining pool operators, podcasters, and developers have repeatedly shouted fire in the crowded theater, which is Bitcoin, Twitter, etc. They have used threats of state violence as a mechanism to enforce node policy and have concocted wild theories on exploitative material being dispersed on the Bitcoin blockchain. I am not an advocate for state violence, as I believe humans can resolve many issues without violence from powerful criminal gangs who are made up predominantly of individuals who consume exploitative materials. But the ones shouting fire in crowded theaters need to understand that if they are to live by the sword of attempting to wield the pedophilic ruling class against their political opponents, they may indeed die by the sword, as they themselves are failing their own legal purity tests. Terrorizing the plebs for your own political goals is immoral, but also in this case likely illegal. I would encourage individuals to quit amplifying the ones shouting fire, as you could be unintentionally breaking the law, but also unintentionally hurting and scaring the plebs. With the introduction of the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, this issue becomes even more legally dangerous, as shouting fire in the theater and inciting mobs of angry plebs could be interpreted as threats to national security. I have answered this question pro bono, as I know the Bugle journalists spend all their money on cigarettes, and I was interested in this topic. If you would like to have your legal questions answered, you can reach out to me at the Jewish law firm Katz & Goldberg, where you can talk to me for just a small amount of $5,000 an hour. Remember that when it comes to law, the Jewish lawyers always win. Have a good day, folks, and enjoy the podcast.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Aye, cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hey, good evening. Welcome back to Voluntaryist Academy. I'm James Cordiner, the host of Voluntaryist Academy. Voluntaristacademy.com. Go check it out. You can get your own copies of all the PDFs that are read on this channel. You can get your own copy there. Tonight, I'm going to be reading Anatomy of the State by Murray Rothbard. Okay, here's my own physical copy of this book. We're going to obviously go over to the presentation in a moment. I want to give a shout out, as I usually do, to Brendan Daniel. That was that wonderful music that you were just listening to. Drop a like, drop a comment, do all that great stuff for me, please. And go over to Instagram and check out Brendan Daniel's Instagram, because he's a wonderful artist. More housekeeping at the end, but yeah, link in the show notes for Brendan and for my website and for autonomy. I'm wearing the hat tonight. I'm an autonomy graduate, so very proud of that. Go over to getautonomy.info, get that, click the link in the show notes and head over there. Without any further ado, let's just jump right into this, shall we? Anatomy of the State by Murray N. Rothbard. It's widely regarded as, a really incredible document. It really goes into let's just get into it and discover it for ourselves, shall we? All right. So, Anatomy of the State by Murray N. Rothbard. Click through these. He said, the greatest danger to the state is independent intellectual criticism. Chapter 1, What the State is Not. The state is almost universally considered an institution of social service. Some theorists venerate the state as the apotheosis of society. Others regard it as an amiable, though often inefficient, organization for achieving social ends. But almost all regard it as a necessary means for achieving the goals of mankind, a means to be ranged against the private sector and often winning in this competition of resources. With the rise of democracy, the identification of the state with society has been redoubled, until it is common to hear sentiments expressed which violate virtually every tenet of reason and common sense, such as, quote, we are the government, end quote. The useful collective term we has enabled an ideological camouflage to be thrown over the reality of political life. If, quote unquote, we are the government, then anything a government does to an individual is not only just and untyrannical, but also, quote unquote, voluntary on the part of the individual concerned. If the government has incurred a huge public debt which must be paid by taxing one group for the benefit of another, this reality of burden is obscured by saying that, quote unquote, we owe it to ourselves. If the government conscripts a man or throws him into jail for dissident opinion, then he is doing it to himself, quote unquote, doing it to himself, and therefore nothing untoward has occurred. Under this reasoning, any Jews murdered by the Nazi government were not murdered. Instead, they must have, quote unquote, committed suicide, since they were the government, which was democratically chosen, and therefore anything the government did to them was voluntary on their part. One would not think it necessary to belabor this point, and yet the overwhelming bulk of the people hold this fallacy to a greater or lesser degree. We must, therefore, emphasize that, quote unquote, we are not the government. The government is not, quote unquote, us. The government does not, in any accurate sense, quote unquote, represent the majority of the people. But even if it did, even if 70% of the people decided to murder the remaining 30%, this would still be murder. It would not be voluntary suicide on the part of the slaughtered minority. No organist no organicist metaphor, no irrelevant bromide that, quote unquote, we are all part of one another must be permitted to obscure this basic fact. If then the state is not us, if it is not, quote, the human family, end quote, getting together to decide mutual problems, if it is not a lodge meeting or a country club, what is it? Briefly, the state is that organization in society which attempts to maintain a monopoly of the use of force and violence in a given territorial area. In particular, it is the only organization in society that obtains its revenue not by voluntary contribution or payment for services rendered, but by coercion. While other individuals or institutions obtain their income by production of goods and services and by the peaceful and voluntary sale of these goods and services to others, the state obtains its revenue by the use of compulsion, that is, by the use and the threat of the jailhouse and the bayonet. Having used force and violence to obtain its revenue, the state generally goes on to regulate and dictate the other actions of its individual subjects. One would think that simple observation of all states through history and over the globe would be proof enough of this assertion. But the miasma of myth has lain so long over state activity that elaboration is necessary. Chapter 2. What the state is. Man is born naked into the world, and needing to use his mind to learn how to take the resources given him by nature and to transform them, for example, by investment in quote-unquote capital, into shapes and forms and places where the resources can be used for the satisfaction of his wants and the advancement of his standard of living. The only way by which man can do this is by the use of his mind and energy to transform resources, aka production, and to exchange these products for products created by others. Man has found that, through the process of voluntary mutual exchange, the productivity and hence the living standards of all participants in exchange may increase enormously. The only quote-unquote natural course for man to survive and to attain wealth, therefore, is by using his mind and energy to engage in the production and exchange process. He does this first by finding natural resources and then by transforming them, by mixing his labor with them, as Locke puts it, to make them his individual property, and then by exchanging this property for the similarly obtained property of others. Social path dictated by the requirements of man's nature, therefore, is the path of property rights and the free market, of gift or exchange of such rights. Through this path, men have learned how to avoid the quote-unquote jungle methods of fighting over scarce resources so that A can only acquire them at the expense of B, and instead to multiply those resources enormously in peaceful and harmonious production and exchange. The great German socialist Franz Oppenheimer pointed out that there are two mutually exclusive ways of acquiring wealth. One, the above way of production and exchange, he called the economic means. The other way is simpler in that it does not require productivity. It is the way of seizure of another's goods and services by the use of force and violence. This is the method of one-sided confiscation, of theft of the property of others. This is the method which Oppenheimer termed the political means to wealth. It should be clear that the peaceful use of reason and energy in production is the quote-unquote natural path for man, the means for his survival and prosperity on this earth. It should be equally clear that the coercive, exploitative means is contrary to natural law. It is parasitic, for instead of adding to production, it subtracts from it. The quote-unquote political means siphons production off to a parasitic and destructive individual or group, and this siphoning not only subtracts from the number producing, but also lowers the producer's incentive to produce beyond his own subsistence. In the long run, the robber destroys his own subsistence by dwindling or eliminating the source of his own supply. But not only that, even in the short run, the predator is acting contrary to his own true nature as a man. We are now in a position to answer more fully the question, what is the state, capital S, state? The state, in the words of Oppenheimer, is the, quote, organization of the political means, end quote. It is the systemization of the predatory process over a given territory. For crime, at best, is sporadic and uncertain. The parasitism is ephemeral, and the coercive parasitic lifeline may be cut off at any time by the resistance of the victims. The state, capital S state, provides a legal, orderly, systematic channel for the predation of private property. It renders certain, secure, and relatively quote-unquote peaceful the lifeline of the parasitic caste in society. Since production must always precede predation, the free market as anterior to the state. The free market is anterior to the state. The state has never been created by a quote-unquote social contract. It has always been born in conquest and exploitation. The classic paradigm was a conquering tribe pausing in its time-honored method of looting and murdering a conquered tribe to realize that the time span of plunder would be longer and more secure, and the situation more pleasant if the conquered tribe were allowed to live and produce, with the conquerors settling among them as rulers exacting a steady annual tribute. One method of the birth of a state may be illustrated as follows. In the hills of southern Ruritania, a bandit group manages to obtain physical control over the territory. And finally, the bandit chieftain proclaims himself king of the sovereign and independent government of South Ruritania. And if he and his men have the force to maintain this rule for a while, lo and behold, a new state has joined the quote-unquote family of nations, and the former bandit leaders have been transformed into the lawful nobility of the realm. Chapter 3. How the state preserves itself. Once a state has been established, the problem of the ruling group or caste is how to maintain their rule. While force is their modus operandi, their basic and long-run problem is ideological. For in order to continue in office, any government, not simply a democratic government, must have the support of the majority of its subjects. This support, it must be noted, need not be active enthusiasm. It may well be passive resignation as if to an inevitable law of nature. But support in the sense of acceptance of some sort it must be. Else the minority of state rulers would eventually be outweighed by the active resistance of the majority of the public. Since predation must be supported out of the surplus of production, it is necessarily true that the class constituting the state, the full-time bureaucracy, and nobility, must be a rather small minority in the land, although it may, of course, purchase allies among important groups in the population. Therefore, the chief task of the rulers is always to secure the active or resigned acceptance of the majority of the citizens. Of course, one method of securing support is through the creation of vested economic interests. Therefore, the king alone cannot rule. He must have a sizable group of followers who enjoy the prerequisites of rule, for example, the members of the state apparatus, such as the full-time bureaucracy or the established nobility. But this still secures only a minority of eager supporters, and even the essential purchasing of support by subsidies and other grants of privilege still does not obtain the consent of the majority. For this essential acceptance, the majority must be persuaded by ideology that their government is good, wise, and at least inevitable, and certainly better than other conceivable alternatives. Promoting this ideology among the people is the vital social task of the intellectuals, quote-unquote intellectuals. For the masses of men do not create their own ideas, or indeed think through these ideas independently. They follow passively the ideas adopted and disseminated by the body of intellectuals. The intellectuals are, therefore, the quote-unquote opinion molders in society. And since it is precisely a molding of opinion that the state most desperately needs, the basis for age-old alliance between the state and the intellectuals becomes clear. It is evident that the state needs the intellectuals. It is not so evident why intellectuals need the state. Put simply, we may state that the intellectual's livelihood in the free market is never too secure, for the intellectual must depend on the values and choices of the masses of his fellow men, and it is precisely characteristic of the masses that they are generally uninterested in intellectual matters. The state, on the other hand, is willing to offer the intellectuals secure and permanent berth in the state apparatus, and thus a secure income and the panoply of prestige. For the intellectuals will be handsomely rewarded for the important function they perform for the state rulers, of which group they now become a part. The alliance between the state and intellectuals was symbolized in the eager desire of professors at the University of Berlin in the 19th century to form the, quote, intellectual bodyguard of the House of Hohenzollern. In the present day, let us note that the revealing comment of an eminent Marxist scholar concerning Professor Wittfogel's critical study of ancient Oriental despotism. Quote, the civilization which Professor Wittfogel is so bitterly attacking was one which could make poets and scholars into officials, end quote. Of innumerable examples, we may cite the recent development of the, quote, science, end quote, of strategy in the service of the government's main violence-wielding arm, the military. A venerable institution, furthermore, is the official or, quote-unquote, court historian dedicated to purveying the ruler's views of their own and their predecessors' actions. Many and varied have been the arguments by which the state and its intellectuals have induced their subjects to support their rule. Basically, the strands of argument may be summed up as follows. A. The state rulers are great and wise men, that they rule by divine right. They are the aristocracy of men. They are the scientific experts, much greater and wiser than the good but rather simple subjects. And B. Rule by the extent government is inevitable, absolutely necessary, and far better than the indescribable evils that would ensue upon its downfall. The union of church and state was one of the oldest and most successful of these ideological devices. The ruler was either anointed by God, or in the case of the absolute rule of many Oriental despotisms, was himself God. Hence, any resistance to his rule would be blasphemy. The state's priestcraft performed the basic intellectual function of obtaining popular support and even worship for the rulers. Another successful device was to instill fear of any alternative system of rule or non-rule. The present rulers, it was maintained, supply to the citizens an essential service for which they should be most grateful: protection against sporadic criminals and marauders. For the state, to preserve its own monopoly of predation, did indeed see to it that private and unsystematic crime was kept to a minimum. The state has always been jealous of its own preserve. Especially has the state been successful in recent centuries in instilling fear of other state rulers. Since the land area of the globe has been parceled out among particular states, one of the basic doctrines of the state was to identify itself with the territory it governed. Since most men tend to love their homeland, the identification of that land and its people with the state was a means of making natural patriotism work to the state's advantage. If Ruritania was being attacked by Moldavia, the first task of the state and its intellectuals was to convince the people of Ruritania that the attack was really upon them and not simply upon the ruling caste. In this way, a war between rulers was converted into a war between peoples, with each people coming to the defense of its rulers in the erroneous belief that the rulers were defending them. This device of quote-unquote nationalism has only been successful in Western civilization in recent centuries. It was not too long ago that the massive subjects regarded wars as irrelevant battles between various sets of nobles. Many and subtle are the ideological weapons that the state has wielded through the centuries. One excellent weapon has been tradition. The longer that the rule of a state has been able to preserve itself, the more powerful this weapon. For them, the X dynasty, or the Y state, has the seeming weight of centuries of tradition behind it. Worship of one's ancestors then becomes a none too subtle means of worship of one's ancient rulers. The greatest danger to the state is independent intellectual criticism. There is no better way to stifle that criticism than to attack any isolated voice, any raiser of new doubts, as a profane violator of the wisdom of his ancestors. Another potent ideological force is to deprecate the individual and exalt the collectivity of society. For since any given rule implies majority acceptance, any ideological danger to that rule can only start from one or a few independently thinking individuals. The new idea, much less the new critical idea, must needs begin as a small minority opinion. Therefore, the state must nip the view in the bud by ridiculing any view that defies the opinions of the mass. Quote, "Listen only to your brothers," end quote, or, quote unquote, "adjust to society," thus become ideological weapons for crushing individual dissent. By such measures, the masses will never learn of the non-existence of their emperor's clothes. It is also important for the state to make its rule seem inevitable, even if its reign is disliked. It will then be met with passive resignation, as witness the familiar coupling of quote-unquote death and taxes. One method is to induce historiographical determinism, as opposed to individual freedom of will. If the X dynasty rules us, this is because the inexorable laws of history, or the divine will, or the absolute, or the material productive forces, have so decreed, and nothing any puny individuals may do can change this inevitable decree. It is also important for the state to inculcate in its subjects an aversion to any, quote, conspiracy theory of history, end quote, for a search for the conspiracies means a search for motives and an attribution of responsibility for historical misdeeds. If, however, any tyranny imposed by the state, or venality, or aggressive war was caused not by the state rulers, but by mysterious and arcane quote-unquote social forces, or by the imperfect state of the world, or if in some way everyone was responsible, like saying "we are all murderers," proclaims one slogan, then there is no point to the people becoming indignant or rising up against such misdeeds. Furthermore, an attack on conspiracy theories means that the subjects will become more gullible in believing the general welfare reasons that are always put forth by the state for engaging in any of its despotic actions. A conspiracy theory can unsettle the system by causing the public to doubt the state's ideological propaganda. Another tried and true method for bending subjects to the state's will is inducing guilt. Any increase in private well-being can be attacked as unconscionable greed, materialism, or excessive affluence. Profit-making can be attacked as exploitation, and usury. Mutually beneficial exchanges denounced as selfishness, and somehow, with the conclusion always being drawn that more resources should be siphoned from the private to the public sector. The induced guilt makes the public more ready to do just that. For while individual persons tend to indulge in selfish greed, the failure of the state's rulers to engage in exchanges is supposed to signify their devotion to higher and nobler causes. Parasitic predation being apparently morally and aesthetically lofty as compared to peaceful and productive work. In the present more secular age, the divine right of the state has been supplemented by the invocation of a new god, science. State rule is now proclaimed as being ultra-scientific, as constituting planning by experts. But while quote-unquote reason is invoked more than in previous centuries, this is not the true reason of the individual and his exercise of free will. It is still collectivist and deterministic, still implying holistic aggregates and coercive manipulation of passive subjects by their rulers. The increasing use of scientific jargon has permitted the state's intellectuals to weave obscurantist apologia for state rule that would have only met with derision by the populace of a simpler age. A robber who justified his theft by saying that he really helped his victims by his spending giving a boost to retail trade would find few converts. But when this theory is clothed in Keynesian equations and impressive references to the quote-unquote multiplier effect, it unfortunately carries more conviction. And so the assault on common sense proceeds, each age performing the task in its own ways. Thus, ideological support being vital to the state, it must unceasingly try to impress the public with its quote-unquote legitimacy, to distinguish its activities from those of mere brigands. The unremitting determination of its assaults on common sense is no accident, for as Mencken vividly maintained, the average man, whatever his errors otherwise, at least sees clearly that government is something lying outside him and outside the generality of his fellow men, that it is a separate, independent, and hostile power, only partly under his control, and capable of doing him great harm. Is it a fact of no significance that robbing the government is everywhere regarded as a crime of less magnitude than robbing an individual, or even a corporation? What lies behind all this, I believe, is a deep sense of the fundamental antagonism between the government and the people it governs. It is apprehended not as a committee of citizens chosen to carry on the communal business of the whole population, but as a separate and autonomous corporation, mainly devoted to exploiting the population for the benefit of its own members. When a private citizen is robbed, a worthy man is deprived of the fruits of his industry and thrift. When the government is robbed, the worst that happens is that certain rogues and loafers have less money to play with than they had before. The notion that they have earned that money is never entertained. To most sensible men, it would seem ludicrous. Chapter 4, How the State Transcends Its Limits. As Bertrand de Jouvenel has sagely pointed out, through the centuries men have formed concepts designed to check and limit the exercise of state rule, and, one after another, the state, using its intellectual allies, has been able to transform these concepts into intellectual rubber stamps of legitimacy and virtue to attach to its decrees and actions. Originally, in Western Europe, the concept of divine sovereignty held that the kings may rule only according to divine law. The kings turned the concept into a rubber stamp of divine approval for any of the king's actions. The concept of parliamentary democracy began as a popular check upon absolute monarchical rule. It ended with Parliament being the essential part of the state and its every act toward totally sovereign. As de Jouvenel concludes, many writers on theories of sovereignty have worked out one of these restrictive devices. But in the end, every single such theory has, sooner or later, lost its original purpose and come to act merely as a springboard to power by providing it with the powerful aid of an invisible sovereign with whom it could in time successfully identify itself. Similarly, with more specific doctrines, the quote-unquote natural rights of the individual enshrined in John Locke and the Bill of Rights became a statist quote-unquote right to a job. Utilitarianism turned from arguments for liberty to arguments against resisting the state's invasions of liberty, etc. Certainly the most ambitious attempt to impose limits on the state has been the Bill of Rights and other restrictive parts of the American Constitution, in which written limits on government became the fundamental law to be interpreted by a judiciary supposedly independent of the other branches of government. All Americans are familiar with the process by which the construction of limits in the Constitution has been inexorably broadened over the last century. But few have been as keen as Professor Charles Black to see that the state has, in the process, largely transformed judicial review itself from a limiting device to yet another instrument for furnishing ideologically legitimacy to the government's actions. For if the judicial decree of, quote-unquote, unconstitutional is a mighty check to government power, an implicit or explicit verdict of, quote-unquote, constitutional is a mighty weapon for fostering public acceptance of ever greater government power. Professor Black begins his analysis by pointing out the crucial necessity of, quote-unquote, legitimacy for any government to endure. This legitimation signifying basic majority acceptance of the government and its actions. Acceptance of legitimacy becomes a particular problem in a country such as the United States, where substantive limitations are built into the theory on which the government rests. What is needed, adds Black, is a means by which the government can assure the public that its increasing powers are indeed constitutional. And this, he concludes, has been the major historic function of judicial review. Let Black illustrate the problem. Black says, the supreme risk to the government is that of disaffection and a feeling of outrage widely disseminated throughout the population, and loss of moral authority by the government as such, however long it may be propped up by force or inertia or the lack of an appealing and immediately available alternative. Almost everybody living under a government of limited powers must sooner or later be subjected to some governmental action which, as a matter of private opinion, he regards as outside the power of government or positively forbidden to government. A man is drafted, though he finds nothing in the Constitution about being drafted. A farmer is told how much wheat he can raise, he believes, and he discovers that some respectable lawyers believe with him that the government has no more right to tell him how much wheat he can grow than it has to tell his daughter whom she can marry. A man goes to the federal penitentiary for saying that what he wants to, and he paces his cell reciting, "Congress shall make no laws abridging the freedom of speech." A businessman is told what he can ask and must ask for buttermilk. The danger is real enough that each of these people, and who is not of their number, will confront the concept of governmental limitation with the reality, as he sees it, of the flagrant overstepping of actual limits, and draw the obvious conclusion as to the status of his government with respect to legitimacy. This danger is averted by the states propounding the doctrine that one agency must have the ultimate decision on constitutionality, and that this agency, in the latest and last analysis, must be part of the federal government. For while The seeming independence of the federal judiciary has played a vital part in making its actions virtual holy writ for the bulk of the people. It is also and ever true that the judiciary is part and parcel of the government apparatus and appointed by the executive and legislative branches. Black admits that this means that the state has set itself up as a judge in its own cause, thus violating a basic juridical principle for aiming at just decisions. He brusquely denies the possibility of any alternative. Black adds, the problem then is to devise such governmental means of deciding as will, hopefully, reduce to a tolerable minimum the intensity of the objection that government is judge in its own cause. Having done this, you can only hope that this objection, though theoretically still tenable, italics are the italics there are Rothbard's, will practically lose enough of its force that the legitimating work of the deciding institution can win acceptance. In the last analysis, Black finds the achievement of justice and legitimacy from the state's perpetual judging of its own cause as, quote-unquote, something of a miracle. Applying his thesis to the famous conflict between the Supreme Court and the New Deal, Professor Black keenly chides his fellow pro-New Deal colleagues for their short-sightedness in denouncing judicial obstruction. The standard version of the story of the New Deal and the court, though accurate in its way, displaces the emphasis. It concentrates on the difficulties. It almost forgets how the whole thing turned out. The upshot of the matter was, and this is what I like to emphasize, that after some 24 months of balking, the Supreme Court, without a single change in the law of its composition, or, indeed, in its actual manning, placed the affirmative stamp of legitimacy on the New Deal and on the whole new conception of government in America. In this way, the Supreme Court was able to put the quietus on the large body of Americans who had strong constitutional objections to the New Deal. Okay, Black continues. Of course, not everybody was satisfied. The Bonnie Prince Charlie of constitutionally commanded laissez-faire still stirs the hearts of a few zealots in the highlands of caloric unreality. But there is no longer any significant or dangerous public doubt as to the constitutional power of Congress to deal as it does with the national economy. We had no means other than the Supreme Court for imparting legitimacy to the New Deal. As Black recognizes, one major political theorist who recognized, and largely in advance, the glaring loophole in a constitutional limit on government of placing the ultimate interpreting power in the Supreme Court was John C. Calhoun. Calhoun was not content with the quote-unquote miracle, but instead proceeded to a profound analysis of the constitutional problem. In his disquisition, Calhoun demonstrated the inherent tendency of the state to break through the limits of such a constitution. Calhoun says, a written constitution certainly has many and considerable advantages, but it is a great mistake to suppose that the mere insertion of provisions to restrict and limit the power of the government, without investing those for whose protection they are inserted with the means of enforcing their observance, Rothbard's italics, will be sufficient to prevent the major and dominant party from abusing its powers. Being the party in possession of the government, they will, from the same constitution of man which makes government necessary to protect society, be in favor of the powers granted by the Constitution and opposed to the restrictions intended to limit them. The minor or weaker party, on the contrary, would take the opposite direction and regard them, the restrictions, as essential to their protection against the dominant party. But where there are no means by which they could compel the major party to observe the restrictions, The only resort left them would be a strict construction of the Constitution. To this, the major party would oppose a liberal constitution. It would be construction against construction, the one to contract and the other to enlarge the powers of the government to the utmost. But of what possible avail could the strict construction of the minor party be against the liberal construction of the major, when the one would have all the power of the government to carry its construction into effect, and the other to be deprived of all means of enforcing its construction? In a contest so unequal, the result would not be doubtful. The party in favor of the restrictions would be overpowered. The end of the contest would be the subversion of the Constitution. The restrictions would ultimately be annulled, and the government be converted into one of unlimited powers. One of the few political scientists who appreciated Calhoun's analysis of the Constitution was Professor J. Allen Smith. Smith noted that the Constitution was designed with checks and balances to limit any one governmental power, and yet had then developed a Supreme Court with the monopoly of ultimate interpreting power. If the federal government was created to check invasions of individual liberty by the separate states, who was to check the federal power? Smith maintained that implicit in the check and balance idea of the Constitution was the concomitant view that no one branch of government may be conceded the ultimate power of interpretation. Quote, "It was assumed by the people that the new government could not be permitted to determine the limits of its own authority, since this would make it, and not the Constitution, supreme." End quote. The solution advanced by Calhoun and seconded in this century by such writers as Smith was, of course, the famous doctrine of the, quote, concurrent majority, end quote. If any substantial minority interest in the country, specifically a state government, believed that the federal government was exceeding its powers and encroaching on that minority, the minority would have the right to veto this exercise of power as unconstitutional. Applied to state governments, this theory implied the right of nullification of a federal law or ruling within a state's jurisdiction. In theory, the ensuing constitutional system would assure that the federal government check any state invasion of individual rights, while the states would check excessive federal power over the individual. And yet, while limitations would undoubtedly be more effective than at present, there are many difficulties and problems in the Calhoun solution. If indeed a subordinate interest should rightfully have a veto over matters concerning it, then why stop with the states? Why not place veto power in counties, cities, cities, or wards? Furthermore, interests are not only sectional, they are also occupational, social, etc. What of bakers or taxi drivers or any other occupation? Should they not be permitted a veto power over their own lives? This brings us to the important point that the nullification theory confines its checks to agencies of government itself. Let us not forget that federal and state governments and their respective branches are still states, are still guided by their own state interests rather than by the interests of private citizens. What is to prevent the Calhoun system from working in reverse? What states tyrannizing over their citizens and only vetoing the federal government when it tries to intervene to stop that state tyranny? Or for states to acquiesce in federal tyranny? What is to prevent federal and state governments from forming mutually profitable alliances for the joint exploitation of its citizenry? Even if the private occupational groupings were to be given some form of quote-unquote functional representation in government, what is to prevent them from using the state to gain subsidies and other special privileges for themselves, or from imposing compulsory cartels on their own members. In short, Calhoun does not push his path-breaking theory on concurrence far enough. He does not push it down to the individual himself. If the individual, after all, is the one whose rights are to be protected, then a consistent theory of concurrence would imply veto power by every individual. That is, some form of unanimity principle, quote-unquote unanimity principle. When Calhoun wrote that it should be, quote, impossible to put or keep it, the government, in action without the concurrent consent of all, end quote, he was, perhaps unwittingly, implying just such a conclusion. But such speculation begins to take us away from our subject, for down this path lie political systems which could hardly be called, quote-unquote, states at all. For one thing, just as the right of nullification for a state logically implies its right of secession, so a right of individual nullification would imply the right of any individual to secede from the state under which he lives. Thus, the state has invariably shown a striking talent for the expansion of its powers beyond any limit that might be imposed upon it. Since the state necessarily lives by the compulsory confiscation of private capital, and since its expansion necessarily involves ever greater incursions on private individuals and private enterprise, we must assert that the state is profoundly and inherently anti-capitalist. In a sense, our position is the reverse of the Marxist dictum that the state is the quote-unquote executive committee of the ruling class in the present day, supposedly the capitalists. Instead, the state, the organization of the political means, constitutes and is the source of the ruling class, rather ruling caste, and is the permanent opposition to genuinely private capital. We may therefore say with de Juvenal, only those who know nothing of any time but their own, who are completely in the dark as to the manner of powers, capital P powers, behaving through thousands of years, would regard these proceedings, nationalization, the income tax, etc., as the fruit of a particular set of doctrines. They are, in fact, the normal manifestations of capital P power, and differ not at all in their nature from Henry VIII's confiscation of the monasteries. The same principle is at work, the hunger for authority, the thirst for resources, and in all these operations the same characteristics are present, including the rapid elevation of the dividers of the spoils. Whether it is socialist or whether it is not, power must always be at war with the capitalist authorities and despoil the capitalists of their accumulated wealth. In doing so, it obeys the laws of its nature. Chapter 5. What the state fears. What the state fears, above all, of course, is any fundamental threat to its own power and its own existence. The death of the state can come about in two major ways. A, through conquest by another state, or B, through revolutionary overthrow by its own subjects. In short, by war or revolution. War and revolution, as the two basic threats, invariably arouse in the state rulers their maximum efforts and maximum propaganda among the people. As stated above, any way must always be used to mobilize the people to come to the state's defense in the belief that they are defending themselves. The fallacy of the idea becomes evident when the conscription is wielded against those who refuse to, quote-unquote, defend themselves and are, therefore, forced into joining the state's military band. Needless to add, no, quote-unquote, defense is permitted them against this act of quote-unquote, their own state. In war, state power is pushed to its ultimate, and under the slogans of defense and emergency, it can impose a tyranny upon the public such as might be openly resisted in time of peace. War thus provides many benefits to the state, and indeed every modern war has brought to the warring peoples a permanent legacy of increased state burdens upon society. War, moreover, provides to a state tempting opportunities for conquest of land areas over which it may exercise its monopoly of force. Randolph Bourne was certainly correct when he wrote that, quote, war is the health of the state, end quote. But to any particular state, a war may spell either health or grave injury. We may test the hypothesis that the state is largely interested in protecting itself rather than its subjects by asking, which category of crime does the state pursue and punish most intensely? Those against private citizens or those against itself? The gravest crimes in the state's lexicon are almost invariably not invasions of private person or property, but dangers to its own contaminant. For example, treason, desertion of a soldier to the enemy, failure to register for the draft, subversion and subversive conspiracy, assassination of rulers, and such economic crimes against the state as counterfeiting its money or evasion of its income tax. Or compare the degree of zeal devoted to pursuing the man who assaults a policeman with the attention that the state pays to the assault of an ordinary citizen. Yet, curiously, the state's openly assigned priority to its own defense against the public strikes few people as inconsistent with its presumed raison d'être. I hope I pronounced that right. I don't speak French, so no matter how much pre-reading I do on these, I just do the best I can. All right, let's continue. Chapter 6, How States Relate to One Another. Since the territorial idea of the earth is divided among the different states, interstate relations must occupy much of the state's time and energy. The natural tendency of a state is to expand its power, and externally such expansions take place by conquest of a territorial area. Unless a territory is stateless or uninhabited, any such expansion involves an inherent conflict of interest between one set of state rulers and another. Only one set of rulers can obtain a monopoly of coercion over any given territorial area at one time. Complete power over a territory by state X can only be obtained by the expulsion of state Y. War, while risky, will be an ever-present tendency of states, punctuated by periods of peace and by shifting alliances and coalitions between states. We have seen that the internal or domestic attempt to limit the state in 17th through 19th centuries reached its most notable form in constitutionalism. Its external or foreign affairs counterpart was the development of quote-unquote international law, especially such forms as the quote-unquote natural the laws of war, the laws of war and neutrals' rights. Parts of international law, you see, anyways, it doesn't matter. Parts of international law were originally purely private, growing out of the need of merchants and traders everywhere to protect their property and adjudicate disputes. Examples are admiralty law and the law merchant. But even the governmental rules emerged voluntarily and were not imposed by any international superstate. The object of the laws of war was to limit interstate destruction to the state apparatus itself, thereby preserving the innocent civilian public from the slaughter and devastation of war. The object of the development of neutrals' rights was to preserve private civilian international commerce, even with the quote-unquote enemy countries, from seizure by one of the warring parties. The overriding aim, then, was to limit the extent of any war, and particularly to limit its destructive impact on the private citizens of the neutral and even the warring countries. The jurist F.J.P. Veal charmingly describes such quote-unquote civilized warfare as it briefly flourished in the 15th century Italy. The rich burghers and the merchants of medieval Italy were too busy making money and enjoying life to undertake the hardships and dangers of soldiering themselves. So they adopted the practice of hiring mercenaries to do their fighting for them, and, being thrifty, businesslike folk, they dismissed their mercenaries immediately after their services could be dispensed with. Wars were, therefore, fought by armies hired for each campaign. For the first time, soldiering became a reasonable and comparatively harmless profession. The generals of that period maneuvered against each other, often with consummate skill, but when one had won the advantage, his opponent generally either retreated or surrendered. It was a recognized rule that a town could only be sacked if it offered resistance. Immunity could always be purchased by paying a ransom. As one natural consequence, no town ever resisted, it being obvious that a government too weak to defend its citizens had forfeited their allegiance. Civilians had little to fear from the dangers of war, which were the concern only of the professional soldiers. That's from Advanced to Barbarism. The well-nigh absolute separation of the private civilian from the state's wars in 18th century Europe is highlighted by Neff. Even postal communications were not successfully restricted for long in wartime. Letters circulated without censorship, with a freedom that astonishes the 20th century mind. The subjects of two warring nations talked to each other if they met, and when they could not meet, corresponded, not as enemies but as friends. The modern notion hardly existed that subjects of any enemy country are partly accountable for the belligerent acts of their rulers. Nor had the warring rulers any firm disposition to stop communications with subjects of the enemy. The old inquisitorial practices of espionage in connection with religious worship and belief were disappearing, and no comparable inquisition in connection with political or economic communications was even contemplated. Passports were originally created to provide safe conduct in time of war. During most of the 18th century, it seldom occurred to Europeans to abandon their travels in a foreign country which their own was fighting. And trade being increasingly recognized as beneficial to both parties, 18th century warfare also counterbalances a considerable amount of quote-unquote trading with the enemy. How far states have transcended rules of civilized warfare in this century needs no elaboration here. In the modern era of total war, combined with the technology of total destruction, the very idea of keeping war limited to the state apparati seems even more quaint and obsolete than the original Constitution of the United States. When states are not at war, agreements are often necessary to keep frictions at a minimum. One doctrine that has gained curiously wide acceptance is the alleged sanctity of treaties. This concept is treated as the counterpart of the sanctity of contract. But a treaty and a genuine contract have nothing in common. A contract transfers, in a precise manner, titles to private property. Since a government does not, in any proper sense, own its territorial area, any agreements that it concludes do not confer titles to property. If, for example, Mr. Jones sells or gives his land to Mr. Smith, Jones' heir cannot legitimately descend upon Smith's heir and claim the land as rightfully his. The property title has already been transferred. Old Jones's contract is automatically binding upon young Jones because the former had already transferred the property. Young Jones, therefore, has no property claim. Young Jones can only claim that which he has inherited from Old Jones, and Old Jones can only bequeath property which he still owns. But if, at a certain date, the government of, say, Ruritania is coerced or even bribed by the government of Waldavia into giving up some of its territory, it is absurd to claim that the governments or inhabitants of the two countries are forever barred from a claim to reunification of Ruritania on the grounds of the sanctity of a treaty. Neither the people nor the land of Northwest Ruritania are owned by either of the two governments. As a corollary, one government can certainly not bind, by the dead hand of the past, a later government through treaty. A revolutionary government which overthrew the king of Ruritania could simply hardly be called to account for the king's actions or debts, for a government is not, as is a child, a true heir to its predecessor's property. Chapter 7. This is Chapter 7. History as a race between state power and social power. Okay, just as the two basic and mutually exclusive interrelations between men and peaceful cooperation or coercive exploitation, production or predation, so the history of mankind, particularly its economic history, may be considered as a contest between these two principles. On the one hand, there is a creative productivity, peaceful exchange and cooperation. On the other, coercive dictation and predation over those social relations. Albert J. Nock happily termed these contesting forces social power and state power, capital S, state power. Social power is man's power over nature, his cooperative transformation of nature's resources and insight into nature's laws for the benefit of all participating individuals. Social power is the power over nature, the living standards achieved by men in mutual exchange. State power, as we have seen, is the coercive and parasitic seizure of this production, a draining of the fruits of society for the benefit of non-productive, actually anti-productive, rulers. While social power is over nature, state power is power over man. Through history, man's productive and creative forces have, time and again, carved out new ways of transforming nature for man's benefit. These have been the times when social power has spurted ahead of state power, and when the degree of state encroachment over society has considerably lessened. But always, after a greater or smaller time lag, the state has moved into these new areas to cripple and confiscate social power once more. If the 17th through the 19th centuries were, in many countries of the West, times of accelerating social power and a corollary increase in freedom, peace, and material welfare, the 20th century has been primarily an age in which state power has been catching up, with a consequent reversion to slavery, war, and destruction. In this century, the human race faces, once again, the virulent reign of the state now armed with the fruits of man's creative powers, confiscated and perverted to its own aims. The last few centuries were times when men tried to place constitutional and other limits on the state, only to find that such limits, as with all other attempts, have failed. Of all the numerous forms that governments have taken over the centuries, of all the concepts and institutions that have been tried, none has succeeded in keeping the state in check. The problem of the state is evidently as far from solution as ever. Perhaps new paths of inquiry must be explored, if the successful final solution of the state question is ever to be attained. thank you very much. You can find your very own copy of this PDF. You can go through all of the references, all of the notes and everything. There's about like maybe 45 references throughout this brief like pamphlet. I would call it a pamphlet. Rothbard, in my opinion, even though like, you know, he's like chief anarcho-capitalist, in my opinion. I really do like a lot of Rothbard's writings. And there's going to be more of him coming down the pike on this channel for sure. So, so you guys know, I really, really do appreciate your listenership, your viewership, and everything. Pretty soon, what I want to get into is, let's go back to here. So Gustave de Molinari, The Production of Defense and the Utopia of Liberty, A Letter to Socialists. I have this. This is another just like, you know, brief pamphlet. Not going to get into it tonight. Maybe it'll be the next one I do. This answers one of the statists' burning questions about like, you know, public defense, like, you know, the police and stuff like that. Like what would we do about that? Well, that question was answered a long time ago by Molinari. Long time ago. Part of the purpose of this channel is to explore the history of the ideas of liberty and to see for ourselves what was being talked about in past centuries and maybe ask ourselves, geez, I wonder what could be if these guys were listened to then, what we would have now, and maybe take now and start implementing these ideas and learning about them for ourselves and trying to kind of do an exit and build if we can, and maybe making a better future. There's a quote that's usually attributed to Hyacinth Loyson, who's like a philosopher from, you know, way back in the day. And it is, blessed are those who plant trees under whose shade they will never sit. Now, what does that mean for me? Well, if you've been listening to me for quite some time, I have children. So that means that we're going to build a better future. It doesn't matter if I get to enjoy the spoils of that victory, but maybe my children or my grandchildren will. That's what this is all about. So this is the education that I'm trying to share with people, even though I flub up the words and I don't pronounce everything correctly. Doesn't matter. We're doing it live. There's going to be mistakes. It's going to be fun. It's going to be it's going to be who knows what. You know, that's the beauty of this channel that I'm trying to build. So this is something that we're going to get into. The production of defense and how would it be? You know, I just want to make clear that like these are the ideas that I want to explore on this channel. Okay, I'm not a statist. I personally would benefit a lot from the state not like the government not existing, and we can't just leave people behind. I'm not a fan of like pulling the ladder up behind me, you know, and saying, oh, but at some point it becomes clear that these people, they might not let go of their ideas, they might not let go of it. So what do we do then? We have to exit and build. We have to figure out our own thing. That's why I live here in New Hampshire. I continue to live in New Hampshire because to me, the Free State Project and what they're doing, bringing libertarians and anarcho-capitalists, straight up anarchists, and we're trying to build something here. And it's a wonderful, wonderful idea. Let's see if we can make it happen in reality. I think my little rant here is over. Go over to voluntaryistacademy.com. Oh, thank you. Mandatory myocarditis. You're in the chat. Way to go, bro. Like, good to see you here. I'm assuming, bro. It could be a chick. Mandatory myocarditis could be a chick. Anyways, good to see you. And in there, thanks for showing up. And so yeah, check out my website, voluntaryistacademy.com. You can go over the resources page and you can find a bunch of PDFs. I'm going to be like working on adding more of those. So, I've done a bunch of live streams in the past, like 5 days. I think I did like four in the past 5 days. I'm going to take a few days off. I'll be back. I'll be back probably either Thursday or Friday night with, I'll be back probably, I think Thursday or Friday night with the production of defense. I'll do that one next. and then we'll see where we can go from there. I have a bunch of like short things that I want to cover. So we covered the website. Next, I want to again give a shout out to Brendan Daniel. He's the musical artist for the show. He came by the studio a while back, recorded some instrumentals, and even the outro music is him, as is the intro music. And I just want to highlight his work. Go over to Instagram, link in the show notes. Brendan Daniel Music on Instagram. He's a terrific kid, terrific guy. He's a good friend, and you can check out his work there. And then if you're like me, then you needed to kind of, you needed to accelerate your growth. You needed to, break out of your shell and kind of level up in life. And I found my way to do that through Autonomy. Autonomy is a 12-week course that's hosted by Richard Grove of TragedyandHope.com, Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World podcast. And so in those 12 weeks, you're able to learn a lot about yourself that you might not have ever known. You're going to learn some things that you should have been getting taught the whole time about how to, some better communication skills, active listening skills. There's so much in the Autonomy course that could benefit just about anybody that's looking to be a part of a culture of excellence should consider getting into Autonomy. We're going to be starting up season 13 pretty soon in the next couple of months. And if you want to find out if Autonomy is for you, click the link in the show notes, get autonomy.info, and you can go and explore, possibly set up your own like meeting with another Autonomy graduate and figure out if this is the right step for you. If you have ideas, like a way to like be an entrepreneur, if you want to do that with your life and whatever, this is the course where you can learn the necessary skills in order to bring your ideas to the market and have your offering to the market, your offer of value flourish and to cast a wide net. So with that being said, I thank you all for tuning in. And like I like to do as I'm ending the streams, I like to remind everybody that, you own yourself, period. No one else owns you. You don't own anybody. You're not a slave. Okay. You are a prisoner. If you're here on this channel, listening to this, you're a prisoner. There's a difference between a slave and a prisoner. Prisoners know something's not right. Prisoners know that they're not free. They know they're banging on the bars of the cell saying, "Let me out." And we're going to get there together. We got to get organized. I love you all, and I hope to see you next time. Peace.
know that hill and I know we'll kill and die on it. test and try on it. We didn't need to be deceived about solutions to disease and violence. But I know that ill and I know we'll kill and die on it. They can fight on it. These are the hills, yeah, these are the hills we'll die on. It's where we plant our flag and what we will not change our minds on. Yeah, these are the hills we'll die on.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Coming up on the PAZNIA Radio Network at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Second Realm speed dating featuring Sky Huddleston. Grab a drink, grab a Dabble Ace joint, or whatever else suits your fancy, and settle in for top-notch Second Realm entertainment.
The newest addition to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the Voluntaryist Academy with James Cordiner. Voluntaryist Academy is an educational platform dedicated to the principles of non-aggression, self-ownership, and the ethical philosophy of voluntarism. Here, we reject the mythology of political authority and embrace the timeless truth that all human interaction should be grounded in consent and moral integrity. Through rigorous study, in-depth courses, and accessible materials, the Academy equips individuals with the tools to critically examine the foundations of coercive systems, and to replace them with voluntary, peaceful alternatives rooted in natural law. Whether you are new to these ideas or looking to deepen your understanding, Voluntaryist Academy provides a structured path to intellectual freedom, ethical consistency, and personal sovereignty. Explore the curriculum. Challenge false assumptions. Learn to live free. You can hear episodes of the Voluntaryist Academy, here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, every Self-Liberation Saturday, starting at 6:30 p.m. Eastern /5:30 p.m. Central Time. For more information, visit PAZNIA.com/radio.
Welcome back to Timmy Tether Tonight. Our first guest this evening is Dr. Herschel Epstein. Dr. Epstein is a Bitcoin-only physician who specializes in anti-aging. Dr. Epstein works closely with high-net-worth plebs and no-coiners who want to live forever. Give a big round of applause to Dr. Herschel Epstein. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you, Timmy. It's great to be here with you tonight.
So tell the audience what you do and why you do it. You're not just some fiat doctor pushing the same old fiat Fauci slop, right?
No way, Timmy. Not at all. I work with billionaires and tech CEOs who want to live forever. I help them achieve their goals, but most importantly, I orange pill them Because if you want to afford to live forever and afford to pay taxes forever, you absolutely need Bitcoin.
Amen. That's what these rich old Jews need to realize. So, Doc, tell us a little more about what your patients are telling you. What are their goals besides living forever? Do they want to start podcasts, build citadels, or just fortify their legacies?
All of the above, Timmy, but some of my highest profile patients just want to be plebs.
Hold on, these guys just want to be plebs? You mean to tell me billionaires are spending their hard-earned sats to live forever and be humble while doing it?
Well, a lot of these guys spent their lives working long hours building empires and capturing the levers of the state to assert control over regular people. In their retirement, they just want to stop being grown-ups and just be plebs. They want to hang out on Bitcoin spaces, smoke weed, and shitpost their favorite memes. They're not so different from you and I, Timmy, and modern medicine has advanced to the point that we can help them. But they're going to need Bitcoin, as you know.
Fascinating stuff. They will definitely need Bitcoin, but they're also going to need to listen to Bitcoin podcasts. Speaking of Bitcoin podcasts, we have an excellent episode of Bugle Weekly coming up for you tonight. So stay tuned, and thank you, Dr. Epstein.
Thank you, Timmy. Stay humble, stack sats, and you can stay a pleb forever.
My education has turned my life around completely. Now I have time to do things I enjoy.
I didn't want to take the easy way to success. I wanted a challenge.
So what if the revolution doesn't have good UX? As an independent woman, I am not afraid of a bad user experience.
But a real cypherpunk education, bad user experience and all, means nothing without accreditation. It's pointless without educators and professors with the proper credentials.
That's why I chose the University of Bitcoin.
That's why I chose the University of Bitcoin.
The University of Bitcoin is a credentialed, protocol-first institution. Students learn how to transact adversarially, not about the latest drama or pleb slop.
At University of Bitcoin, your time is valued. Professors don't pick and choose the Bitcoin podcasts you listen to. They help you increase your podcast entropy and your on-chain confidence.
Before you enroll in school to learn about Bitcoin, how to use it, or pay $790 for tuition, check out the University of Bitcoin.
If you want to be a pioneer instead of just some pleb with a degree, check out University of Bitcoin. University of Bitcoin, education for pioneers.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Aye, cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Mr. Saber, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship.
We'll record in the podcast room, play some Fiat games, and even touch tips. 6102 is a conspiracy. Brian Armstrong says the funds are safe food. When I'm with you, I feel electricity. Mr. Sailor, take my hand. Let's be special friends and hope this party never ends. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon. My wife is a little jealous, but you've made me so damn zealous. I've never seen straight men act so gay when they rush to listen to you on stage, but I know I'm the one you adore. Let me take off my pants and let you explore. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some Fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you Big Spoon. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some Fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Yes, let me turn on my camera. Hello. Yeah, so I promised dinosaurs in the DMs, but actually we're going to discuss tribology and lubrication, specifically as it relates to engine oils and gear.
Engineer.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me? Is my microphone working?
Your mic kind of cuts off. Thank you,
God.
Darkness. Hello.
Yes, one moment. I am changing things.
Let's get some W
there we
engineers in chat.
There we go.
Engineer in chat. Hello, engineer.
Hello, is my microphone working for you now?
Yes. You're always working for me, except for... Does your penis work, engineer? I'm just curious.
Well, if it does, I wouldn't know because I don't use it. I'm too busy learning about tribology and various new aspects as it relates to my field of discipline.
I feel like you'd have sex with aliens and also... Engineer, no! Can someone please revive Engineer? Someone please revive Engineer? He has so much cool stuff to say. Wait, Engineer, I need to do it because I don't want them to get mad at me. But please stick around, because you will be revived, okay? You'll be revived, 100%. You'll be revived. But now you've been eliminated. No! Who was the asshole that eliminated Engineer? Who was the asshole that eliminated Engineer? I will destroy you because he is so cool. Please, someone revive him. Please. Someone revive him. Please. I need Engineer in my life. Engineer in my life. Please, I'm waiting. No. It sucks, man. Bring him back. Bring him back. Bring him back. He's gonna talk about dinosaurs, man. And etc. I love it when he talks. He makes me so hot and bothered inside. Fuck. Please. Oh. If you love me, do you hate me? Haha.
Welcome, engineer.
Hello. Again.
Yeah. All right, go. Hurry.
Okay, hurry. Our time is short. Excellent. So, I guess the topic of discussion shall be tribology as it pertains to motor oils, transmission fluids, and gear cases, which is something that can benefit a great lot of people, since many people, and I assume that includes your listeners and watchers and demographics, own vehicles. First thing first, let's go over tribology.
He has 2 lives, you guys. He has 2 lives. To eliminate him, it's now $20. Because 2 people... Yes?
First thing first, there are white papers and studies that General Motors conducted in the 1980s that demonstrated...
Okay, I don't care.
Okay, that demonstrated the clearance-sized particles between 1 and 9 microns are responsible for 70% of engine wear and pleated paper filters.
I don't care about engines. I don't care about engines. Can we talk about alien stuff because it's cooler, and drugs?
Okay, so drugs
literally, guys.
Phenomena.
Engineer actually literally for... Okay, what's like he dead ass though. He has all the answers to everything. So guys, please ask him anything in chat, okay? Ask him anything in chat. And then for the meantime, sorry, engineer, can you put on a light, please? Because you look scary.
Hold on, let me just take the lampshade off my lamp.
Hurry up, engineer. You don't have all day. You're a busy man.
Is that better? No lampshade makes for more light.
We already talked about DMT with engineer.
Yeah, we did.
Yes, that's better. Okay. Oh. What do you think of Will Smith versus Chris Rock?
Wait, what happened?
Never mind. What do you think of Russia and Ukraine?
So that's a fascinating subject. So one of the interesting things is that, like in most wars, both parties have grievances and both parties have legitimate reasons to be upset, right? Specifically, Russia's grievances, which you won't hear, west of Germany, has to do with the movement of thermonuclear weapons into Ukraine, and more specifically, the biolabs that have been funded and propped up by United States-based NGOs. And as a result of the COVID-19 outbreak that occurred from a biolab in China that had strong financial ties to American interests, the Russians have decided to eliminate the biolabs from their border, and all the biolabs are now leveled by Russian airstrikes. So that happened.
Oh, shit. Okay, how about, sometimes, like, I think of you at night.
Okay.
Why are you back, engineer?
Oh, well, I was either going to come back to discuss paleontology or tribology, right? Which paleontology is a fascinating subject and is a phenomenal way to break into the broader spectrum of biology
Where do you
and
live?
archaeology. I live in the Ozarks right now.
Like the show?
No, not the show. The actual geographic location, northern Arkansas, southern Missouri.
No!
Okay. Well, look, I'm okay with getting eliminated. It's okay.
I'll have your bounty up so that someone can save you later, because someone paid $80 worth of elimination. Well, they paid 100, but your bounty was 20, so it's $80. So that's 8 eliminations. So 15 times 8. What's 15 times 8? 15 times 8, hurry.
15 times 8, well, let's verify that. That's 120.
120. 15 times 8?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay. Save engineer, $120. How long are you going to be around?
I don't know. I was going to allocate 30 to 45 minutes to this if we could go over paleontology, the Mesozoic and Triassic eras, and the various taxonomical morphological differences between the maniraptors and the... Yes, hello.
I love how you're literally a robot. Like, if I talk, you just stop and then process and then you answer.
Sure. Anyway, so the various taxonomical differences between...
No. You were eliminated again. You'll be back if someone gives 120.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I love you, though. I love you. I love you so much, man.
Okay.
No, actually. If you guys want to see more engineer, please save him. I love him. I fucking love him. Can you give me a kiss, dude?
I'm not into that sort of stuff, sorry.
See, he's so fucking alpha. He doesn't want me at all, so it makes me want him all the more, man. Please stick around. Someone might save you, okay?
Okay.
I love you, man. Man. He's actually like Spock, dude. How many degrees does he have? He has a whole company. He works with really smart people, and I will never be as smart as him, no matter how hard I try. I have to get... He literally... Oh, he told me that... Or he said that his IQ... He tested his IQ and it's 160. And then if I said that, he'd be like, oh, well, actually, that's only on the whatever the fuck benchmark that I used. But if you guys want to save him, save engineer, it's $120, okay? Man, I miss engineer. Engineer.
Hello. How's it going?
Hi, you haven't been unbanned, but like if you guys want to save engineer, look at him. He's just here in the dark in his room, and he's just waiting to be saved so that he could spit knowledge. To you guys. I lost a lot of brain cells with the last guy, so it's just, you know, can you just give me a nice word before, you know?
Oh, okay, a nice word. Loquacious. Ness, of course, being an archaic word for edge, right? So in Beowulf, it describes the ness of a bill, meaning the edge of a sword.
Yeah.
So remember, it's not just a matter of how many words you know; it's a matter of their different applications, and you can expand your vocabulary through multiple different vectors that way.
That's so hot, engineer. Unfortunately, we still have $110 to go for the engineer bounty. See how smart he sounds and the knowledge he spits? He just randomly quoted fucking Beowulf. Like, who does that, man? I wrote a paper on Beowulf in 8th grade. All right, thank you. He goes back to the pool. Thank you for the dono. I didn't realize, my bad. So $5 for the engineer bounty fund from Dusty, plus $1. 104. His bounty is now 104. All right. Let me see. $104 for engineer. Let's get a sneak peek at engineer again. Hello, engineer.
Oh, hello. I didn't think I was
your bounty is now 104.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't think I'd come on again, so I just started reading my book.
Aw, that's very patient of you.
No, it doesn't even bother, right? I don't even care. I'm just doing this for funsies. Well, I'm actually really doing this to propagate knowledge and wisdom. I was really hoping today that I would be able to discuss tribology now that gas prices have gone up, so people might be more inclined to take a notice to the various methodologies that are available to them.
There's one guy, you know, that just donated $100 to eliminate you. So we gotta fill that bounty to get you back.
Okay, well, TLDR, add hexagonal boron nitride of a 0.5 micron in diameter in a ratio of 2 teaspoons per quart, and you will increase your fuel economy by 9 to 11% on average. In fact, I have hexagonal boron nitride right here.
No,
it comes in a nice little
thing that he's saying.
Comes in a nice little container like this, and it's a little
That's
white
a
powder.
pee bottle.
No, it's not a pee bottle. It's hexagonal boron
It's pee.
nitride.
Oh, guys, I love Engineer so much. I love Engineer so much. He's really fucking smart. Bring back Engineer, $4. $4 to the Save Engineer Fund. $35 left to bring back Engineer. Wow, yeah. All right, let me look for I forgot his name. It was like Acme something. Bring those two guys back and ask the dude on the left if his name is Edgar, and then leave. Okay, fine. I can't find the guy, the New Zealand guy that pissed me off. He like left the Discord. Let me see. What was his name? What was that other guy's name? Who is that guy? Who were the kids again? I forgot. The two kids? What are their names? I don't see them here. Why is everyone leaving? Don't fucking leave. You have to get in the pool. You get put back into the pool and then people revive you. And if you leave, you fuck my mojo up, man. Bring those shitters back. Where are they, though? I don't see them. Oh, wait. His name was Trey. Trey. He's not here anymore. That's bullshit. They're both actually not here. Can we get some mods to, like, go get them? Can we get some mods to go fetch them? Because I don't see them. I don't see them here anymore. You know? And that's a fucking annoying. It's annoying. You know? They just gave up. Like they weren't gonna come back. Anyway, 35 more to here, let me just engineer.
Hello.
Your bounty is now $35.
Okay.
Aren't you gonna explain anything else to get the crowd revving?
Well, I mean, we could go over various gasometer technology, right? So a lot of people are
I don't
worried
care
about,
about
like,
mechanical stuff. I want to know about your like theories and shit.
theories. Well, there are some very interesting alternative theories as to how the various morphological expression. No. So, for example, right? So, are you aware that the second and third chromosome and the hominid morphology
Wait,
is
what's
fused?
100? What's 35 minus 5?
35 minus 5.
No, 35 minus like
5.37
minus 5.37. Mental math engineer. 160 IQ, come on.
It would be 29.63.
29.63. Thank you. Well, that's your bounty now. That's your bounty. All right.
Who's donating pennies?
Free the engineer.
I mean, what's next? Is somebody going to donate a sixpence? A sixpence is 1/6 of a penny. Anyway.
Oh,
so yeah,
nice. It's so nice that you don't like you don't crave any like romance because you will never get a girl saying sixpence.
What's wrong with
Guys, 2963 for the Save Engineer Fund. All right.
We should go.
Oh, check the Engineer Fund. Oh shit, 287.
Jesus, bring him out here.
What is 287? What is 2763 minus 287?
Bring him in here and ask him.
Give us a sneak peek of Wait, is that you? Are you the person that's trying to free engineer?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I would just donate if that was the case.
Engineer, I need your help. I need your help, engineer.
Okay, help with what?
What is 2763 minus 287? With your hands up, hands up, hands up. Mental math.
If you say 0, you're free. You know that, right?
2763 minus 287. Hands up, engineer.
I gotta use push to talk, damn it. I don't, you know, if I let this microphone on, it'll reverberate. See, now, look at this.
It's fine.
It's 23.76 if I think I'm doing this right. Anyway.
23.76?
I believe so.
Alright.
Look at
Let's
this.
see.
Chat has me using my fucking foot to use push to talk. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, you got it wrong. It's 24.76.
Oh, whatever. I've never claimed to be
Your
smart.
bounty is now 24.76, engineer. 24.76.
Okay.
So how can you be like, how can you claim to have 160 IQ if you can't even do mental math?
Probably because it's 1:40 in the morning and I've been reading my book all night. And
Oh yeah, excuses. You're just full of excuses, aren't you?
I've never claimed to be good at math, and I also never claimed to be intelligent.
Hey,
Well, you said
engineer,
you did claim that your IQ was 160.
Well, that is what the tested score was, but I never put any weight on that. You asked me what my IQ was. I don't really care about it. I don't use that as a metric for intelligence.
Who do you guys like better? Engineer or Brian? Hot Dominican Brian or AR wielding rocketsheater.com engineer?
I'm sorry, what?
Free engineer. Your bounty is now 2076. 2076. Alright. A lot. It's pretty split between Brian and engineer. But let me tell you guys, you guys.
Well, you guys are getting Brian because I'm going to bed and I have work to do tomorrow. Good night.
No. Yo, he eliminated. Oh shit. He got people to donate $80 and then he did. Holy shit.
No, what happened was he was threatened by you, Brian.
No.
I'm mad at him. I'm gonna call him back. Come back. You. I have to play this, my cards right. You magnificent turd. There. You magnificent. Come back, you magnificent turd. There, I DM'd him. Man, people always fuck my shit up.
Who, me?
No, not you.
Oh.
Chat. You guys were too slow. You guys were too slow. Getting eyebrow out of Curious George. What? Getting eyebrows? They said getting eyebrows out of here, courtesy of Curious George. Lamau, cheer 1000. Brian, finally you have been eliminated. Brian, if you guys want hot Dominican man Brian back on, then come on. Huh? Let me see what engineer said. I gotta get up early tomorrow, perhaps another time. Good night. No, come, quick, now. You scam. Now. 5 minutes of your time. I beg you. Please. Thank you, Justin, by the way. He got upset, dude. I just saw a few days ago. Yes. Come on, man. Engineer! How dare you? You can't! I am going to call him. I'm calling him. Engineer!
Yes, hello.
I need you. Come back to the voice chat.
I'm holding my bed, look.
I don't care, just call on your phone.
My phone, Jesus Christ, no, like my bed is in the office. Let me show you.
Your bed is in the office. Fine, you're making me do this, huh, engineer? Oh shit. Leaked. Fine. Fine, perhaps I will. Alright, engineer! Engineer!
I'm trying to go to bed.
Okay, but like you're leaving after people paid your bounty, and so before you go to bed, how about we just do a quick rundown? Save engineer, $20 left. However, it won't be until you get eliminated, it'll just be until you get sleepy, so just go 5 minutes now! Talk!
I'm sorry, what?
Talk! Give the people what they want.
What do you want to know? Like, I have people that are going to be coming in through the door at 7 in the morning today, right?
Why?
And why? Because I have to run a factory during the day, right? I have to help work the line. I have to produce rocket stoves, get these orders fulfilled. I got to do some logistics runs. I got to order a bunch of steel from Heitman Supply in Alro. Like, I actually have like a day job and shit. Like, in fact,
okay, well, you don't have to go to sleep. Don't go to sleep.
If you want to know what I really want to do tomorrow, right? I have all the taps and drills to finish this here engine block.
Those are
That's
drugs.
what I really. No, this is actually talcum powder, but whatever.
What is that?
It's tire talc. In fact, I know it's tire talc because I have it right here. Tire talc.
Why are you so excited about that, engineer?
About what? About what? Finishing my engine block?
Shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because another thing I have to do is replace the tires on my old piece of shit forklift, and I have to use, because it uses inner tubes, and it's an off-road forklift using pneumatic tires. I have to put tire talc on the inner tubes and on the flaps to lubricate the inner tubes so that it seats on the rim correctly and doesn't bind up on the steel and rip or tear. So that's what tire talc is for. It's genuine talcum powder. It's slightly carcinogenic, but whatever. But
Why are you so excited about it?
I'm not excited. Well, I guess I kind of am excited about it. I like working on machinery. I like designing stuff. I like building stuff. I like restoring old machinery back to its former glory. Right? I have an old Bridgeport milling machine that needs a new drawbar. There's a lot of stuff that I got to do. I got to dope my my LeBlanc servo shifts lace crankcase with HB.
Okay, but listen, engineer, it's not. Let me just tell you, it's not every day. It's not every day that you're here. So you should spit your wisdom. What do you want people to know? What do you want people to leave here with? Some of engineer wisdom.
I can spit you down some pretty cool shit right here, right now. That's actually useful to everyone in the chat room. Right, and now the gas prices are really high. This is pretty important. And I don't sell this stuff. I don't make any commission on it. But in the 1980s, General Motors did a really big study to find out what actually causes engine wear. And what they discovered is that clearance-sized particles between 1 and 9 microns is responsible for 70% of the engine wear. Well, there's a problem in that pleated paper filters and even nylon filters, right, they only filter down to about 35 microns, 20 at best for a good, synthetic nylon blend filter. But you can get a microglass filter, right? And Lubrifiner is the company that makes it. They make the filters for Royal Purple and Amsoil, and they filter down to 1 to 2 microns depending on variables, and they have a much higher beta ratio. So even though it filters smaller particles, you would intuitively think, oh my god, that's going to put a lot more load on my oil pump and reduce the flow rate. But it turns out actually that it decreases the load on your oil pump and increases the flow rate. And then you can use suspended colloids like hexagonal boron nitride, tungsten disulfide, molybdenum disulfide, Buckminster fullerene, both C60 and C70 variants.
Wait, engineer, what's the point? Okay. So, like, engineer, your audience are people that don't understand what the fuck you're saying. So, like, how, like, can you condense it down?
TLDR, let me condense it down. Use microscopic ceramic ball bearings in a good... What is that? Really tiny ball bearings. Do you know what a ball bearing is?
Okay.
Marbles. Put microscopic steel marbles, or ceramic in this case, marbles, in your engine to prevent boundary layer conditions from causing excessive asperity formation along the molecular slip planes. Asperities are microscopic scratches that are formed. There are 5 different ways that they form.
So, okay, so you're telling me, engineer, to open my gas tank, take off my gas cap, and then get marbles and put it inside the tank?
Not your gas, your crankcase of your oil and your transmission if it's a manual, which it should be, whatever.
I don't even know what that is.
The crankcase, put it in your engine where you normally put your oil. Put suspended colloids in there, and that way it'll convert your boundary layer conditions into elastohydrodynamic conditions, which will prevent metal from wearing down as your reciprocating and rotating components would otherwise be making contact with each other, right? So when a piston, let's say a piston, it's pretty simple to understand.
You'll
a
get
piston,
auditioned,
right?
Jack.
When a piston reciprocates back and forth, okay, there are pressure points that develop along the piston rings and the side skirts of the piston. And
what if my car explodes?
It won't. I have peer-reviewed white papers, whole 9 yards, independently tested and proven to increase fuel economy by a solid 9% just by using HBN alone. You can use tungsten disulfide and Buckminster fullerene and a bunch of other colloids to get further increase efficiency. There's also other.
How would I just get like? So you're saying like I could go on Amazon and then search up
hexagonal boron nitride and tungsten disulfide. Yep. And the ratio of HBN to oil is 2 teaspoons per quart of oil. Similar ratios for tungsten disulfide and whatnot as well. But the point of the oil, and I would also recommend using a pure polyalpha olefin and diester base stock synthetic oil, because normal multi-weight viscosity oils that are mineral derived, they necessitate the use of pour point depressants and viscosity index.
Chat's asking why gas prices are really high.
Why gas prices are really high? Well, it's largely due to politics, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
Well, in fact, if we're going to go back to the root cause of the problem, it's all due to politics, because there should be fourth-generation MSRs everywhere in the country by now if they weren't being politically blocked, and that would really reduce the price
What's an
of oil.
MSR?
A molten salt reactor.
What is that for?
It's for producing. It's a type of nuclear power plant and generator that uses a molten fuel rather than a solid fuel, as is the case in conventional hot water reactor and boiling water reactors such as the CANDU.
Nice.
Anyway, so yeah, the point of the matter is that we can save ourselves a lot of money, increase the longevity and lifespan of engines, gear cases, transmissions, etc., and increase fuel economy by using good lubrication technology. It's the field known as tribology. It's absolutely fascinating. I'd highly recommend it.
Okay. So can you say again, so you put the balls in the oil place, and
Yeah.
what is that supposed to do?
Well, it basically puts in microscopic marbles that allow the metal parts to slide across each other with a very low coefficient of friction, and it uses rolling resistance rather than static resistance, right? Which is very,
What does
very
that
good.
do? What's the point of that?
Well, the point is to prevent metal-on-metal contact directly by separating the boundary layer conditions using these microscopic balls, right? Now, during hydrodynamic conditions, the balls just float freely between the oil film. But anytime your pistons especially stop, or whenever you're starting or stopping the engine, your oil wedge film has to develop to get into boundary layer condition, and then there's mixed condition. But anyway, it has to develop, but before it develops, before it can get a high enough differential rate of speed to develop your oil wedge film.
You're giving too many details. It's like okay, put balls in oil place. It does some stuff that is on the microscopic level, and then what comes out of that?
You'll get about a 9% increase in efficiency, a 10% increase in torque, and an 11% increase in horsepower. I know, kind of weird, but I got the papers, so whatever.
So by
but that's
efficiency,
what you'll get.
But by
You'll get
efficiency,
and you'll get a 40% reduction in wear, which will correspond to a near doubling of the longevity of the engine. And then if you use a pure microglass filter on top of that, which we know that clearance-sized particles between 1 and 9 microns is responsible for 70% of the engine wear, and we can reduce the engine wear by yet another 40% on top of
what are your opinions about electric vehicles? Chat is spamming me to ask you.
I'm not a terribly big fan of them. I think they do fit certain mission profiles, such as intercity travel, right? So if you live inside of a dense metropolitan area and you don't ever go outside of that area, then they fit that mission profile just fine. But anything other than that, it's actually kind of a scam, because electricity as delivered from the grid actually costs more money per BTU, per kilowatt hour, however you want to measure that energy, It costs more money per BTU to buy electricity than just about any other form of power, up to and including natural gas and even gasoline. Gasoline is cheaper per BTU than electricity. It's just that our conventional engines are so horrendously inefficient, largely due to their lack of design and other problems, such as not embracing detonation and seeking to avoid it, which is absolutely silly because we already know that isochoric heat addition is inherently far more efficient than isobaric, and we know this because of Boyle's law, but we avoid it because conventional engines... Yeah, Boyles.
Yeah,
anyway.
I read about that.
Anyway, so we know that this is true because of Boyle's law. However, our conventional engines cannot use detonation because if the fuel detonates, then it will break a conventional engine because of how they're designed. However, I'm working on designs that embrace detonation in the cycle so we can achieve a pure Fickett-Jacobs cycle, which is purely isochoric. And this will allow a much greater increase in efficiency, longevity. We can eliminate secondary forces and secondary imbalances. There's a lot of cool things we can do with this, including lean burns. And lean burns will also go a long way towards increasing efficiency because now we can eliminate the pumping losses that are induced by throttle plates.
Okay, wait, can you talk about philosophies? Life philosophies that you have that can be applied to people's lives? Because I don't think they grasp the, like, I understand everything you're saying. Boyle's law, am I right, engineer? But, chat, they want to hear you spit some knowledge, stuff that can be applicable to them.
I guess forge a purpose and meaning in your life, because if you don't have that, then you're a dead man walking. Like, here, people always ask, like, what's the meaning of life? Here's the answer. Life has no meaning. It has no meaning fundamentally, and that's beautiful because it means we're all handed a blank canvas to paint and create our own meanings by our own will and volition. So seize this moment of opportunity. Yeah. On what?
Love. They're asking philosophy on love.
Oh, well, now we can get into the 6 different types of love as described by the classical Greeks, right? So you have eros, philia, etc. But anyway, I'm going to go to bed now. But yeah, that's the TLDR.
Oh, I have a question. For those of chat that are suffering from depression, what tips do you have for them?
Find a reason worth living for. Find a reason in life that you want to live for.
They can't find it. It's gone.
Well, look for... The truth belongs to those who seek it. Search it out, find it, rot it into existence. Find your will.
Find your will.
Yes.
Okay, what about anxiety?
Good night.
What about anxiety? Go. No! Engineer. That was your $80 of engineer, chat. We will go back to our dates now. Alright, chat. Back to the dates we go.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
All right, and we're here on good on Jitsi, good on OBS. But all right, wow, guys, nothing better than ripping a fat dab and jamming out to some Aristia. That song was called "Purple Dream." I use it a lot in pretty much a lot of PRN stuff. But yeah, amazing music. And fun fact, I actually interviewed the vocalist Jordan Ibarra a while back on Liberating Tech Radio. That would have been back in like 2016 or something. These dudes are cool as shit. They are. I mean, you heard the music. They're super talented. But when they started playing, they were like just high school friends, like 15, 16, 17 years old. So yeah, amazingly talented. And they work in some. I guess it's a subgenre of metal. It's kind of politicore in some ways. They've got a song called "Harp," for example. Weather control, that sort of stuff. So they're awake. They're aware. Super cool dudes. I'm not even sure if that episode's still available, but yeah, if anyone's interested, let me know. I can dig up that archive. But anyway, welcome to the Vonu podcast live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. Our weekly Self-Liberation Saturday transmission. Though I do hope you've been here since we began way back. Seems like way back at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, with Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger, followed by James Cordiner's Voluntaryist Academy. It's a wonderful Saturday here at Veritas. It's been raining all day. First good rain in a long while. I've got the side door open in the studio, and let me tell you, this fresh rainy air has really added a quite incredible relaxing effect to the day. Hope you're finding some peace and joy on this Self-Liberation Saturday, wherever you happen to be tuning it from, or I guess building. If you're listening to this and building or doing something, hopefully you're whatever you're doing. If you want to keep up with what we're doing here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, if you'd like to host your own show here, make a donation, or view the full schedule, you can find everything via the same link, PAZNIA.com/radio. I would say the Vonu podcast feed too, but I'm way behind on podcast archives. If you're looking for those, you'll have to head over to Rumble, Odyssey, or YouTube. Cloak Dagger is almost always the first show you'll hear. And I definitely recommend YouTube. We won't be permitted there much longer. So obviously, go to places like Odyssey or Rumble or something like that. Hopefully, we'll have our own PeerTube instance set up at some point in the near future, and other cool solutions. But anyway, if you'd like to call in tonight, you definitely can. We'll say like a half hour into the show, give us a call. The link to call in is PAZNIA.com/call. Actually, we'll just go straight to the source here. The actual link for tonight is PAZNIA.chat/PRN. Again, PAZNIA.chat/PRN. Hopefully I don't confuse that, later on. But yeah, give us a half hour or so to, let Chris, let like our guest today introduce himself and, get into some stuff. And then, we're happy to, to hear from you. Anyway, tonight on the Vonu Podcast Live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, I'm joined by a fellow freedom fighter who I've known for nearly a decade. I mean, I don't know if it's 7 or 8, 9 years, whatever it has been. But this is Chris Jansen, host of the End Evil podcast over on Mark Passio's podcast network. Back when I was younger, unmarried lad with absolutely no planned future, other than maybe van nomadism if I could afford it back then, I was lucky enough to stumble across the idea of mastermind groups. Small groups, weekly meetings, wherein we, highlighted our wins, tackled our goals, and sought out advice from folks that we trusted and appreciated. After a year or two, that petered out, and we all kind of went our own separate ways, at least to my knowledge, at least I did. But Chris and I have stayed loosely connected since then. He was a guest on this podcast a few years back, and I've been on his show too, but it's been far too long since our paths crossed, and he has a lot of really awesome stuff going on. He released a book, he's still doing the podcast. He's been putting together some putting together and or participating in some great digital freedom events, featuring names like Joey Phipps from the Library of the Untold, who was the second to last, live guest here on our Self-Liberation Saturday evening. Yeah, and obviously he's been doing a lot more. Now it's interviews like this that I really, really enjoy. It gives me a full circle reminder of kind of where I started back when LUA Radio launched on February 8th, 2015, and along with everything else that's transpired since then. Many of the things we discussed then were mostly theoretical, mesh networking, building semi-permanent autonomous zones, etc. But now we've left the realm of theory, and it's a beautiful thing. These sorts of interviews also remind me of those other principled long-term freedom pioneers. Not the folks who, jumped in, did a podcast for a year or two and just went back to the servile society. No, like these other principled long-term freedom pioneers who realize that this path of liberation and consistency is ever important. Even if it comes to the points of great sacrifice, marriage, children, etc. In my current past lifestyle, I can't fathom being in such a position and being under such immense pressure, but still holding true to what you know is right. This is one of the many reasons that I'm thankful for my wife and my situation, in our free marriage setup. Of course, no relationship is perfect, but I know for a fact, and she does too, that we would never involve the state or do anything nefarious at all. So that's good. If we've got POAs and wills and stuff, private contracts between individuals work too. But in regards to self-liberation, Kyle and I, Kyle talked about this a lot. He becomes more and more right every single day. But that past personal decisions can be the biggest enslaver in the present. And these are harsh truths, but it is what it is. It's the path of self-liberation is the path of taking responsibility for those things that you can in your life, and I guess rambling aside, I guess just to bring that to a close. Yeah, many people today are enslaved by decisions in the past. I see it. See it with with many PAZNIANs. Again, this is one reason I'm so happy to have Chris here today. Life didn't necessarily work out the way that he expected, but he's taking it. He's taking it by the horns and transmuting it into something great and beneficial for himself and for humanity. At the end of the day, it's always just good to connect with a brother. So let's not waste any more time. Chris, my friend, welcome to the Vonu Podcast Live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. How are things going? What's going on? But yeah, anyway, now that audio's here, technical issue thankfully sorted out. But yeah, how are things going? What's going on this evening?
Well, it's been pretty exciting here at the End Evil studio. There's been a lot of changes in recent weeks, but a lot to talk about. It's a good time to catch up, actually.
Yeah, right on, man. Right on. Yeah, so I guess in most cases I would just ask, for something like this, just ask a generic question like, who is Chris Jansen? But in this case, I guess, like I said, we know each other for a long time. We've been into these things into these ideas for a long time, much like myself. So yeah, give us a bit of insight of how you got into these freedom ideas, as well as what transpired over the past handful of years or so. A lot of very tumultuous. So yeah, I guess tell us a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it's, I guess, coming to a big realization. I'm one of those people that had pretty stark awakening experience. Sometimes I call it midlife crisis. Sometimes I call it spiritual awakening. Probably both, all kind of hit me at the same time. I started looking real deep into 9/11, September 11th, back in like 2011, 2012. And then I started going through various podcasts. Someone introduced me to podcasts, and I just fell in love with podcasts. Doing maintenance work, carpentry work. At the time, I was actually working for the Superior Court of in North Bay in Sonoma.
Oh, yeah, I remember that,
yeah, and so that was kind of like when we met. And
yeah, I remember
we
talked about you quitting your government job before. I remember that came up. Because we talked
that
about
was
that a
one
lot
of
on
the
the podcast. Yeah, we had many conversations.
one of our episodes. Exactly. Yeah, so I talked to a lot of people in my interviews since about freedom, people in the community and such. And it seems like a lot of people always kind of came from this background of being rebellious. And I guess I was in some ways, but in terms of realizing how drastic the situation is with statism, the state government being, like one of the most primary evil aspects of our world, was a hard realization for me. And the things around 9/11, September 11th, and then that led me into looking into geoengineering and weather engineering, and really just turned my world upside down the more I thought about that and the longer I thought about that. And then meeting folks like yourself, Liberty Under Attack at that time you were doing, and various other podcasts. What on Earth Unhappening obviously turned out to be a really big, made a huge impression on my life. And just realizing that, like, my gosh, stuff is really messed up in our world. I need to be part of the change and do something about this. So that started my whole career of becoming a content creator in terms of podcasting and trying to get the message out there for people to kind of recognize what's really going on around us.
Yeah, certainly. No, that's great, and I really appreciate Mark Passio. And that was he wasn't a big part of my development. I really didn't look into this. I got into all of this through conspiracy, through like 9/11 and Bill Cooper. But I very much switched and devoted 120% of my effort to solutions. So I really didn't even think, I didn't look into anything beyond just like physical self-liberation. But obviously with Passio and that, I guess one kind of be a theme of tonight's discussion, I think, is spiritual self-liberation. It's not just physical liberation; it's physical, spiritual, and mental. It all plays into it. It's all highly relevant.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I guess so. Yeah, that's how you got into all these freedoms, this freedom stuff. And I guess when did I guess it was COVID, right? COVID was a breaking point for a lot of people, a lot of relationships, a lot of families. Something similar happened with you around that time, right? I guess give us some context and fill us in.
Yeah, 2020 came around. That was such a strange timing for me because I was on the brink of releasing. I had been creating a 6-part series that was intended to be the launch to my podcast. I'd come up with this whole idea. I had once before, when you and I previously met, done this other podcast that was kind of loosely based on conspiratorial jibber jabber mixed in with making up music, which was kind of fun. That was called the Scrit Show. But what I learned from doing that was, like, you really need to have a plan if you want to go out having a podcast that reach more minds. So I came up with this whole plan to do the 6-part series. It was like a video series, put that on YouTube, and then already have, like, I remember listening to Nathan Frazier's advice at the time about podcasting secrets, releasing like this whole series. And anyway, all this is just kind of coming to its fruition. I'm getting ready to put it all out when all this scamdemic starts hitting us in various ways. And from where I'm at in this state of mind, it's just like from day one, super obvious. Like, oh my gosh, this is some kind of combination of propaganda mixed with a false flag type real-time event thing. I was seeing all the signs right away, and so I was speaking out like from the very beginning. And my ex-wife at the time was had been studying to become a nurse, and she was a nurse, and granted, she did notice a lot of inconsistencies, one of which is funny to look back at. In the beginning, they weren't wearing masks at all at Sutter, where she worked in Santa Rosa. And even months into the scamdemic, they actually weren't allowed as nurses to wear masks because they were afraid it was going to scare off their clientele. And no one was going to the hospital at all. Everybody was afraid to go. So there was these weird things that happened, but it created a huge conflict point between her and I. I refused to wear the masks from the beginning. I even made, like, you can look back on my website's endevil.life if people want to check it out. And if you scroll back to 2020, you'll see, I always forget what I called it, 15 reasons to refuse to wear a mask. And that was one where YouTube put me on timeout. They didn't quite give me a full strike, but they put me on timeout, which, it did not go against their rules. I've watched their little training video since and confirmed I was good. The way I presented, I was saying, hey, this is my opinion. Here's 15 good reasons you should refuse to wear a mask. You make your own choice. It wasn't medical advice, and there was no medical advice in it. Dust masks, as I made the point in the video, were never made to be a medical device in the first place. A surgical mask is a different thing for a different reason and a different context. But anyway, yeah. Oh man, there's so much in that whole story, but I wound up splitting up from a wife of 17 years and leaving my teenage daughters home because I just could not jive with seeing my kid go to school wearing a mask. And they had these Nazi-esque rules they were going to impose where my daughter's going to be sent to a special room if she coughs on some. And I was like, no, I'm not having this. But the thing is, she was all into it. And my daughters were old enough that I decided it was time for them to make their own decisions. I gave them my best advice: stay away from the needlecraft. And I wound up leaving town and starting a new life, basically, and seeing them every month since. Our relationship has been going great. But yeah, I broke up with my family because of differences largely around the scamdemic.
Wow. Yeah, I'm trying to think of where to go with that. But what I will say in the meantime for the listeners is we do have, we're keep this right around an hour because I think you have a stream coming up after this, if I recall from our previous conversations. So we got to keep.
No, I'm good.
Oh, you don't?
I'm good, but yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, we won't rush too much then. But yeah, I guess. Oh gosh, so you moved out of town, and I guess tell us a bit more about I guess what you're doing now. Tell us. I guess start with your podcast, if you would, like give us an update on
Sure.
what you've been talking about there.
Yeah, so the podcast is in the End Evil podcast, and I'm on just about any podcast player you can find. And the website is endevil.life. And I chose to kind of base the whole podcast around this book. It's written by this guy named Jeremy Locke. Nobody seems to really know who Jeremy Locke is. Maybe it's a pseudonym. I haven't found any real confirmation on that, but it's an amazing book, The End of All Evil. And I actually have that book for sale on endevil.life. If you hit the little menu in the top corner and go to the store. And but that book you can find for free. The PDF's all over the internet. If you just look up The End of All Evil by Jeremy Locke, you'll find it, and you can check it out. It's a quick read, but this book really lays it down in simple terms. A different way to kind of define evil, and I think that's, to me, try to get people's attention a little bit. Like most people, if you say end evil, they think, oh, you can't end evil. Evil's like good. These are things that are, everlasting, like the yin yang, right? There's light and dark, right?
Dualism.
And so what I'm doing is trying to put this in a different context and say, okay, yeah, that's true. There's light and dark. There's yin and yang. There's universal principles. Absolutely, that's true. That being said, what I'm talking about is evil in terms of us being human, in the context of us being beings that can do harm to one another and that can steal from one another, right? And that's really the point of a lot of what's going on in our life and our experience is, are we doing wrong to one another or not? Are we stealing in some form or another? And so Jeremy Locke really wraps it up good by saying evil, destruction of freedom. And I've just thought about it over and over in so many ways. That simple phrase really explains what Passio is saying so well too, is that evil's all these forms of stealing: murder, rape, trespass, coercion. You're taking something, even lying, right? You're taking the truth from someone, the opportunity of truth, robbing it from someone when you could be giving them the truth. It's forms of stealing. It's trying to make reality what reality doesn't necessarily want to be. It's trying to bend other minds to your will. And statism is like one of the worst viruses, disease, terrible versions of that, because it's an ongoing torture. And what can they get away with when you have these entities that become worldwide powers and can have unlimited sources of funds that can do things as heinous and wild as poisoning the whole sky of the planet or all the oceans of the planet, trying to control the very ozone and atmosphere and wavelengths that we think on or breathe on, right? But that's the type of thing that you start finding out the more you look into things that this leads to is people getting a hold of this ring of power of, and it all comes back to what you're saying. And that's honestly, Shane, I've always loved your work and I've always looked up to you and what you do because you're so solution based, pragmatic. And when we first met, you were kind of like going to school and you were questioning the colleges. Why were they like broadcasting different versions of communism? You're like, what the hell? And like when you were actually reading a lot of books and digesting them, thinking about them for yourself, and then having those awesome conversations with Kyle. And that all affected my process too, hearing you guys going off on that stuff, and it's hard stuff to swallow for someone I know who comes from very much outside of this field. But when you go through the progression of questioning things and really asking, okay, things are all messed up. There's these evils in the world, which is humans that are stealing from other humans, doing it in a massively cooperated, organized way globally. What do I do about it? Well, there's not a lot you can do at that point. We're already in the form of slavery. We're already prisoners in a slave system, assuming we recognize we're prisoners. Then we're no longer just slaves. Now we're prisoners. But what do? We can't just escape. It's not that easy. It's something that would require many of us recognizing and realizing this truth, that we are all sovereign beings, together at once, in unison, in cooperation, on a much larger scale than we're currently doing, to actually change the tide of reality, and to actually see that what freedom might actually feel like, because we haven't actually experienced it, because we've been in some form of slavery ever since we've existed, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. I know I've mentioned this on podcasts before, but it's like no one, even the most free person today really has no. I mean, the concept of freedom like today it was so like I don't know, like they're everyone grew up like, I mean, if you think about the the Serval society, from birth to grave, everyone's bathing in the propaganda. Everyone's everyone is. So like what's and if it's not like it's kind of that self-government aspect where that self-government isn't I think that's like a that word's kind of a red herring. Self-government, it's not autonomy or whatever. It's where you get the slaves to police themselves through mind control, is the way that I see it. And that's so like it's if you look at like today, like I don't know, like I guess it's hard to even define what. Well, I guess we can theoretically, but I guess practically it is difficult. I guess the best way to gauge is mean time to harassment. Thanks to Rayo, I think it's the best thing I've ever I've ever come across. But I will say real quick, if any of the listeners, if you have something for the show, but you don't want to call in, you don't want AI to scan your voice or something, I certainly understand. You can go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and make a Monero donation, and we can read that message on the show. But anyway, so that's great. The podcast is still going on. Still doing things there. But I guess there's there are two bigger things. I guess we'll start with this one first. But you've been putting together and/or participating in some digital freedom events, Funnel 4, and I guess what's up to Funnel 5 now, or that's the upcoming one. So I guess tell us a bit about I guess some of those, if you could.
Oh yeah, that's pretty exciting. Coming from that same thought process where you and I met, of trying to start a mastermind type project. One of those groups that I got involved with early on became Freedom Under Natural Law, and we've done 4 successful online conferences. This February 21st and 22nd is going to be Funnel 5, which we're calling Ignite Hearts and Minds. The event that will spark truth, love, and freedom. And we generally have musicians playing freedom music, and then a series of presentations based on natural law, freedom, and truth, all under the idea that if we all are working internally and externally in our own lives towards freedom, that can spread and ignite other people to do so and do their self-work. And pretty excited about Funnel 5 coming up. Got to start cooking on my presentation. But my biggest news is a book I recently wrote that I wanted to talk a little bit about. I don't know if that's jumping forward, but
no, go for it, man. Go for it. That was the next thing, so yeah, go for it.
Yeah, people can check out freedomundernaturallaw.com to learn more about that. And as far as my work, I've had this long time dream to write a book, and my buddy Will Keller has kind of mentioned to me he's been a fellow organizer for the Funnel conferences. Like, you've talked several times, man, about writing this book. You better write this book, And right after the last Funnel conference, another friend, Sarah Cross, was telling me about how she got her book published. And so I had a goal. I was going to do it this year. As of 2025, I was going to get this book written. And I really wanted it to be kind of like Jeremy Locke's book, The End of All Evil, just sort of a little short compendium of the wisdom that I've learned in my life, of what I would like to share with my 17-year-old version of myself if I were to meet that person on the street. How could I have learned all these huge lessons that took me 30 years of hard knocks to get, and wrap it up in a bow and give it to someone 20 years ago? Maybe they don't have to go through some of that friggin' struggle I did. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And so that's what the book is intended to be. And the title points towards this deeper truth that I want to share with people, that I am changing my life by choosing to write a book called The Book That Changed My Life. When thought and ideas meet action is when we set an intention in our mind, and then we build ideas and hopes on that intention. And then we start actually taking actions in the world, whether it be typing on the keyboard or playing notes on your guitar or speaking into your microphone. When you start connecting these things up, that is how we manifest. That is how we change the world, and that's how we change our own life. And by changing our own life, we in effect will affect those around us, and they will change their own lives accordingly. The harder and the more we try in that effect. So I really, motivation and inspiration are what I feel like I've been driven and told deep down from my spirit to share with people. And so I try to, yeah, it's all a bitter pill. Yeah, it's all hard work. I'm telling you, in this book, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough stuff if you go down this road, just like climbing a mountain. If you're a mountain climber, it's not going to be easy to climb a mountain, but it's worth it. It's worth it to be a mountain climber. And by that allegory, I mean the mountain of your life, of getting over all the things that are holding you back from being the person that you know you could be, and treating people out in the outer world more and more, not in an evil manner, but in a manner that we know deep down at soul level is what's good.
Yeah, yeah, well said, well said. Yeah, that's been, something that's been on my mind lately. So I've been I guess back in like 2018 to 2019, I guess it was 2019, summer of 2019, I think. I for like 3 months straight, I would go to my I called it at that time a not real day job at the distillery. I'd get home by like 1 or 2, and I'd just sit outside and write until it got dark, until I went to bed. And there is something to be said about like obviously concentrated intention, and when there's nothing more I guess to me there's nothing more that requires more concentrated energy than writing. And and I guess the other part of it too is that it's one reason I'm really into freedom fiction or agorist fiction or whatever. It's one of the things we specialize in at Liberating Type Publications, and it's because there's that notion of art imitating life or life imitating art, and if the answer is yes, obviously, but there's also that concentrated intention part of it too. That mind precedes reality. The thought has to come before the thing in physical reality. It's I think there is something magical to fiction, and especially in terms of the stuff that we discuss. But anyway, any thoughts on that, or we can move forward if not? But I want to give you an opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. That brought so many thoughts to my mind. Well, first, how focused you've always been ever since I've known you. It's always been pretty impressive. I remember in our masterminds, you're always listing all the things you got done each week, and I'm like, dang. And even looking back, some of the things I wanted to do way back then, actually get a product on my website. I'm just getting to whatever you said, 8 years or a decade later. I feel pretty slow. But I had my own paths I was going down of learning and discovery, but no, you've always been impressed to me. But moving like an arrow and having a direction leads you to all these wonderful things on the way, and synchronicities happen, and amazing things happen, and life unfolds in ways you would have never dreamed of when you do find some meaning and purpose in life. And I think that's the overriding win, even though there's so much struggle. Like I said, it is a mountain climb.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I've realized is it is like mental gymnastics. For instance, philosophy. I've got a book by Immanuel Kant last year, and just started reading through it, and it's like, my gosh, you get a few paragraphs in, it's like, man, this is thick, heavy stuff. I got to think about that one paragraph. Yep. It hurts the brain, at first. And I've come to realize that a lot of the stuff that we take for granted and talk about, those of us that have already studied a bunch of philosophy and looked at a bunch of different, Lysander Spooner and some different writers and speakers on all these topics and statism, we have all these nuanced. But for someone who this is all kind of new to, it's mental gymnastics. It's like crazy complex, deep ideas that require exercise. It does really take time to build up our fortitude to be able to think these thoughts through logically, step by step, to Trivium style, and come up with some really good, confident, that place where you can move like an arrow and have meaning in your life because you've really thought it out carefully. And I don't know, something you said really made me think about how much of a struggle it's been to learn to think and to have a thought process that actually goes through a progression,
Oh no, for sure. And I guess to bring it into the physical realm, I mean, you're basically reprogramming your mind. You're disconnecting the those neuronal pathways of programming, that we've whatever those are, and however long that's been. For me it was basically 20 years, 18, 19, 20 years of like unconscious programming, and then having to untangle that, I guess remove those neuronal pathways, then recreating them. And yeah, it takes a lot of time, and especially, and I'm thankful for. Well, I guess it's like I guess it's getting harder to find information, but I guess what I'll say is like I'm thankful, like from like 9/11 on, pretty much everything is out there. Like a lot of the truth is out there. It's super hard to come across, and you do have to like it's the information's out there, but it's the other part of it too is 50% of what you come across is maybe truth, and 50% of it's total bullshit. So yeah, it's like or I guess there's probably some nuance there, but you kind of get what I'm saying. There's the
oh man, I've always thought
a tough process.
Since like 2012, 2013, with all that talk around that back then about the Mayan calendar, and that was kind of when I was really coming to realize a lot of things. And I was looking into that Mayan calendar thing.
2012 was when I started looking at 9/11. It was probably around that time.
I've met a lot of people who've said that, who I've interviewed over the years, and I think there was this sync thing happen in the universe where a lot of us were like, wait a minute, and I think, obviously it wasn't the end of the world, the Mayan calendar. No, it's talking about like a wheel turning and looking at things from this different perspective. Maybe.
Yeah, no, it's possible. I've thought about that too. Like there were some strange things that happened around that time in my life. Like the year before, I had a grand mal seizure at a metal show, and was unconscious for 2 days.
Oh man, that's scary.
And like I got in. I haven't dug into a lot of this stuff as of late, but there's a guy, Howdy McCoskey, and he talked about like initiation by illness or whatever. And after, like before that, I'd kind of been like, I don't know, I'd kind of been, not going down a necessarily great path, and wasn't, super selfish, kind of an asshole, as most people are, most men are, when they're 17 or 18. But at least from my, it's what's been reported to me. No, but after that, like, no, something happened. I don't know if I had an out of body experience that I remember or something. Been trying to work through that, but I have no idea. But yeah, it's something, something might have happened there too. But anyway, that's personal. Don't know.
Hey, one thing I really appreciated about a lot of the podcasts I listen to, like when some people do get personal and tell you like, hey, here's what I'm going through in life, it like makes it more real. It's like, and that was one thing I loved about podcasting too. It could be just any guy, in his garage or in his car or whatever, or gal, anybody could make their own show. And a lot of times you could tell and feel from the way someone's doing it that they're not supported by some corporate structure. They don't have a bunch of money. They're just doing something because they really do care about it. And that to me is like one of those tools of discernment when, like you said, what I was trying to get to that I forgot to say was that I feel like that period of time was like the opening of Pandora's box.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Just like that allegory. And all of a sudden now it's like the dust settling. There's been enough time since the opening of Pandora's box back in 2012, 13. With the internet, everything was out there. You could find anything. You just type it in. But since then, yeah, it's all kind of been filtering, and the, whoever it is, the evil ones in the realm are going around trying to scoop up anything that's shiny that might get them in trouble, right? Mm-hmm. Or, we kind of saw that in our experience. We saw that explode, and then now it's changing. But it's all still out there, and it's just so much, like you're saying, BS, that now it's more about developing the tools of discernment to be able to seek out and find things that are valuable and that are worth looking for,
Yeah. So I guess along that same line of thought, and it's a question I outlined, but it's a good one to transition to. We've got another topic or two, but it's a very good transition point. So I guess what sorts of topics are of most interest to you at the moment? I guess anyone in particular, any schools of thought, truth pursuits, etc. And I guess what I'm getting at here is like one of the ways I've found very, very helpful is I have a mystery school mentor, which helps. But he turned me on to someone, G.I. Gurdjieff, and I was turned on to Walter Russell before him. But folks like that where like where or like a Rudolf Steiner type, something like that, where it's impossible to know what the percentage of accuracy is necessarily, because I mean it takes a whole lifetime of study to even even understand. I guess probably
Right.
to fully understand and take in everything that they've said and experienced. Or is there anyone for you? I guess to rephrase the question here, is there anyone for you Gurdjieff and Russell are day to day? I've got Russell's posters all over the house. His periodic table of elements. Gurdjieff books are always I always keep them right around. I've found that I read a lot of books in the first 4 or 5 months, and then I'm way too busy in the summer to do it. I guess winter reading is when I read. But is there anyone like that for you that's again, in terms of verifying truth, it's kind of impossible to verify that, but resonance is a big thing for me. You can kind of listening to somebody, there are times I get 30 seconds or a minute into a podcast and it's nope, can't do it. Just something's off. So is there anyone like that for you that you've been immersed in for any time? I guess Jeremy Locke might be one, but it sounds like there might only be one book. But is there anyone like that?
Oh man, for a while I've just listened to so much books over the years. I did a lot of Audible, but in more recent times, my life has just become so physical and experiential. I haven't been doing much any reading or listening for the past year and a half. But what's really interesting is on the physical world, I, through a strange turn of events, wound up getting into training with self-defense, martial arts.
Nice.
Which for me, like you're saying, coming from the philosophy background, and I really loved Rudolf Steiner, by the way, and looking into Rosicrucianism, I found to be particularly interesting. But coming out of all that philosophy, and then also the freedom stuff, it kind of pushed me into the world of realizing that okay, in the physical world, how far can I actually go? Am I just pontificating all this stuff? But in the real world, when something goes wrong, what am I going to do? Call the police? You know what I mean? If I'm in a tough spot, and well, eventually the responsibility comes back to me. And so I wound up being in this interesting position where, because of 2020, I was with this group of people, and we were all kind of doing a freedom cell type thing. We had some meetings every week. It was 10 families involved, and we were doing skill sharing. We were making lists of what skills we all have so we could share. And the one guy had a whole history of being a bodyguard, self-defense guy. And so he started doing this little Tai Chi and gun defense class, and got me started on a few things. And everybody else eventually kind of petered off the class, and then he was going to move away. And he said, I don't want you to stop training. You're doing really well. Let me introduce you to this other guy. And he brought me out and introduced me to this guy out in the woods, who turns out to be just amazing self-defense, martial arts, self-protection guy who has studied this stuff his whole life and trained with many famous people in the, many well-known martial artists, let me put it that way.
Okay.
And been getting this really close one-on-one every week, self-defense, hands-on training, weapons training, stick fighting, knife fighting, and restraints, disarms, amazing. And this has become part of my mental, not just physical practice, but mental, trying to understand how to deal with aggression, how to respond before something gets worse, how to deal with my own temperament. All these things has been quite. I mean, I know I'm not exactly answering your question, but I guess that's what I'm most excited.
Self-defense was the next
segue.
The next topic. So yeah, we can get into it, and to be weird, I guess to read a script or something cliche. Because I wrote up something last night, because it's not. I was thinking about the self-defense thing, and I was going to introduce the topic some way, but I think in the terms of self-defense, this is important, but yeah, on Liberatech Radio, way back in the day, we made it a priority to discuss use of force issues. Like we talked about assassination politics. We talked about argumentation ethics from Hans Hermann Hoppe and his concept of dialogical estoppel that, once someone has violated the autonomy of someone else, they can't claim responsibility. They can't claim autonomy over themselves. Kind of the ethical, I guess, the ethical or the ethics sort of argument for it. So like we've gone super deep into a lot of these use of force issues. Violence and coercion exists in the world, and to not defend your person, property, and family is a disgrace and biggest sin. Sin in this case literally being defined as missing the mark, or my preference, falling short. That is falling short of your responsibility for defending the body that's been granted to you in this incarnation. So I guess this I remember one podcast in particular where it was right around the time of Brexit, and everyone was like all gung-ho about secession again, and like we did like a 2-hour episode, and I had Gary Hunt on too to discuss the legal. He's a constitutional scholar of sorts, uncredentialed scholar, I'll say, to talk about secession, and we honed in on Texas specifically because Texas, everyone talks about Texas seceding, but in Texas, as of like 8 years ago, there were so many federal and military installations in Texas, and I was trying to make the point that like if you actually are arguing for secession, like, are you ready to pick up the guns? like that's what it comes down to. Are you ready for that? Because people don't think about that. Like, what do you think the federal go? Oh, well, Texas is ceding. I guess we'll just cede that. What, like $100 million worth of federal military installations, whatever. Throw out a random number. I have no idea, but it's not cheap, right? Nothing the federal government ever fucking does is cheap. So like, yeah, it's like so yeah, and I guess the other part of this too around Brexit, it's like the other like, and obviously like begging those who falsely imagine themselves to be your rulers to secede like politically, is just it's not gonna work. I'll put it that way. But I guess this brings to mind, and I haven't talked about this. I don't talk about recent events on Vonu podcast or anything, but the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk. I don't know much about the dude, other than when I was in higher level indoctrination. Turning Point USA posters were like the only semblance of like sanity, going through the halls of Illinois State University. So, he seemed like a good dude. Like it's like the way I just like the label I put on most of these folks. Most of these folks are just like a generic Christian conservative. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I interact with them every single day, and they're great people. But they're just programmed in one way, in one direction. But I guess anyway, to get to the point, obviously no non-coercive human being deserves that. Like I shouldn't have to say that. Like it was, obviously there are a lot of theories going around disregarding all of that though to get to the point of this self-defense topic. They stopped showing war footage soon after 9/11 because could moral human beings, have a serious reaction to seeing that violence outright. It's why like Manning, like when this stuff is leaked, they don't like it that much. They don't like their atrocities to be broadcast on TV anymore. Higher tendency for someone to be anti-war, and that's definitely not what they want. So like the positive, I guess the positive I see here, like it's a reminder, obviously there's some like there may be a trauma-based mind control angle to this too that I'm not overlooking. So I'm not overlooking that, but just in terms of the self-defense thing, like being reminded that like it's an important idea to defend like home, hearth, and community is like, yeah, it's a good thing that was brought to the forefront regardless of how it was brought about. And I'm trying to look on the the glass half full type of thing here. Because yeah, like there's Bill Cooper talked about it in the 90s. Like there's been like civil wars coming, and like the negative aspect of that is many right wingers were basically calling for like hangings in the streets of like leftists, and it's like, well, I guess I guess we're kind of getting into this. I guess it's good that the idea is being introduced, but this is kind of maybe a little scary. But anyway, I said a lot there. Yeah, I think that's why.
Yeah, and so many people are looking at things from a Hollywood point of view at this time in history where, what do you say? Hard times make easy people, soft people, right? People become very soft in the time we're in, making these big claims, and making a really big deal. I mean, look at this. I mean, like you said, I didn't even heard of this person's name before. All of a sudden, everybody's talking about this person's name who got shot. I'm thinking to myself, how many kids probably got kidnapped today in the United States? How many humans got trafficked from, the borders of this country and other countries around ours? How many humans are being treated like cattle in some other smaller third world country right now by our government? Supposedly our. I say that in quotes because I don't call it mine. I didn't ask for it or create it, and I've been trying not to contribute in that type of function for a long time. And it's like, where are we actually putting our energy? Like, are we just picking the random name and face that everybody's talking about right now, or are we recognizing that that represents probably hundreds of little children that got mistreated today? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Where's our attention and time going, and why? And how productive is it to get caught in the lame stream? We're just getting tossed around like the waves in the sea by whoever's got the money to put the big names on the TV. You know what I mean? I mean, not to say if somebody got shot, that is terrible, right? But is it really someone we know? Is it really something we're going to be able to do something about, or is it something that everybody's just going to talk about at work tomorrow and then go on about their business?
That's exactly what it's turned out to be, pretty much. Yeah, it seems like. But
and then
you're right,
creating these deep emotional divides between people that see it differently, and then talking about it at the coffee table. Oh, so and so said that Kirk, what's his name, Trump, Eddie Kirk, ate a cookie today. It's like, whatever. Now all those minds are all kind of set against each other in the context that was created by this lamestream propaganda machine. So yeah, I mean, like, I agree with you. Like, we try to find the silver linings in all these various things going on around us, and I try to keep my focus and mind on, like, all the children, all the kidnapping, all the human trafficking is one of the things I use to drive my mind towards getting back to podcasting, getting back to talking about truth, finding out really what matters the most, which is our meaning in life and our purpose, and understanding the difference between right and wrong, and trying to walk that line as best we can in a very, very topsy-turvy, upside-down realm.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that being said, like, if someone shoots you, there's really not a whole lot you can do. It doesn't matter. You could be the most awesome martial artist in the world. If someone walks up behind you and pulls the trigger, there's nothing you can do at that point, But there is a lot we can do to be prepared for a lot of different scenarios and situations. And as my self-defense teacher puts it, the question for the listener, whoever's listening, is, whose job is it to protect your life? Whose job is it to protect the lives of the innocent children and family members around you? If you have to really ask yourself that question, whatever your beliefs may be about various religious institutions or government institutions, at the end of the day, whose job is it to take care and protect your own life?
Yeah. So I'll add, I guess, an example here from PAZNIA, Vonu Fest. Well, beyond Vonu Fest, but we've got a pseudonymous Pat Henry, who he's been a firearms instructor for basically ever. He every time he comes, he brings Tanner out. We have some explosive gun fun. It's a great time,
that sounds
including
fun.
I think last time me and him trained,
the last
time he and I trained, which would have been Vonu Fest, I guess maybe Vonu Fest last year. Like 500 rounds in 3 hours, pistol training, 9mm.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, pretty intense, and even like mobile, like shooting from the back of the rhino. Fun stuff. And yeah, obviously it's I don't he lives he doesn't live in the state. He only usually comes out once or twice a year. But yeah, anytime he comes around, I make sure to try and get something in with him, even if it's like an hour, just as like a refresher, to make sure the form and all is right. But no, like and that's something we've offered. Yeah, at every Vonu Fest that he's at, there's always some shooting. So always some training and stuff. So no, I'm with you. I think it's critically important. It's critically important, and I guess just getting back to general servile society, and kind of like again, like the reason these things are so traumatizing for some people to see now is the violence they see if they aren't desensitized by by movies and such. It's oh, I'm just looking around. I lost my train of thought. But that's okay. That's okay. That is okay. was gonna close out a loop there and get on to move on to something else. It's an idea that popped into my head that when you mentioned earlier your I guess construction experience and all, because this has been I guess one of the reasons I've been reading as much and I guess doing some things is that I've been doing construction, working for a guy doing construction for the past 3 or 4 months. And like it's not like obviously 3 or 4 months ain't shit, and like it's a lifetime, a trade is a lifetime sort of thing. But it's been really huge, and I guess kind of synchronistic in a way. I'll keep details out of it, but some folks came out last I guess it was early September. The guy had been he'd been around intentional communities and built like composting outhouses and such, and he was gung-ho to take on the project and something and got started on it and had to leave pretty quick. So like a year ago I would have been fucked. I would have been totally fucked. But again, there's a million little details that I don't know about construction, but just like speaking in terms of like the trivia method, like it's just like there was there are a million grammar points, and all it takes from then is just coming up with the the solution. And we came out with a really nice the toilet's not done. We prioritized we ordered a porta potty and prioritized the outdoor shower. And the outdoor shower works great. I think it looks pretty damn good because all the wood we used was that's true. All of the wood we used, all the metal sheeting. There was some stuff we had to buy, but most of it was made with with stuff on the property. So
nice.
It was a cool little first construction project, and now I'm kind of like gung-ho to just keep building.
That's awesome.
Kind of do it
well,
right.
Feel free to hit me up if you ever need some carpentry construction advice. That's my gig.
Yeah. No, that's great. No, like I see so much value. No, I see a lot of value. Like Joey Phipps, for example, he's a tradesman. I don't know. I think what he
glazier, I believe.
Yeah. And that's what he's done for. I guess what he's doing and always done.
That's like cool. You interviewed Joey too. Right on.
Yeah, and he was gonna come out. He intended to come out to Vonu Fest because he lives. He's like an hour. He's like an hour and a half away from me. He's not far.
Dude,
away,
I'm gonna make it. I think next year I want to make it a priority. I want to make it to Vonu Fest.
You should, man. You should. But yeah, he was gonna. I'm a metal drummer. And he was gonna bring out his guitar, and we were gonna jam, and I reached out the week of, and he was like, oh shit, like it's not gonna happen, like, but yeah, he wanted to, so like next time hopefully next Vonnie Fest he'll come out, and he'll be lots of stuff. Like he was gonna give a talk or a workshop or something, and we're gonna do some jamming, because I haven't jammed with anyone. It's been probably like 2017 or 2018 since I've actually jammed with with anyone, and it would be
oh my gosh,
jamming with Joey.
That's crazy because I've been just having like a little revival with my guitar and songs and stuff. My old time friend I used to do music with has been working with me recently, and we busting out the guitars and the drums and stuff, and it's just been like, wow, I haven't done this for so long. It's so funny that you would bring it up in that way.
No, and it's interesting too because my mystical mentor is a metal guitarist too, and Joey was the one that mentioned it. He was like, "Well, we should start a band." And I was like, "Motherfucker, right? Let's do it."
Yeah, I love his music. I think it's great.
It's great. No, like I jam. I should jam more of it. But
Void
I only have.
I love that name too.
I only have Carnet. Carnet's my favorite one. It's a nice. Sometimes I'll toss it on as like the outro song, like the 9 or 10 minute outro song.
Right.
It's amazing. It's amazing. He's a one man. I appreciate it so much because his production quality is so high. But
I like that track you were playing in the beginning of the show too. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, the Aristia. They're great, but they're definitely not as much into. They're definitely not as far as. Well, I guess I can't really speak to that. I guess I'll talk to Jordan Nabarro when he's like 21. So, who knows what he's up to at this point? But no, Joey's Library of the Untold is the YouTube channel we're talking about. If you check out the
internet, definitely worth checking out.
It's amazing. I think he releases like a super high quality video every Friday. I think it is, but there's so much great stuff on there.
It seems like one a month on the big ones, maybe.
Okay, gotcha.
I think I don't know that it's hard for me to keep up.
I've actually gotten like a month or two behind on his stuff, but that's okay because if I get any time, I work out in the homestead, I've got hours to listen. But
like when you have construction to do on your own place, and your own show to create. It's like sometimes it's hard for me to even find time to listen to stuff the way I'd like to.
Yeah. No, the intake's definitely slowed down. It's more about more about output now.
Yep.
Many ways for sure.
Many respects.
So yeah, I guess we'd be going for about an hour. We don't really, I don't really have too much more. There's plenty more we can discuss, but I'll mention here for anyone listening, again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio if you got a message before we close out. You can also give us a call if you got a question. You want to just drop in, share a personal experience or whatever the hell it is. We don't care. PAZNIA.com, or actually, sorry, PAZNIA.chat/PRN. Again, PAZNIA.chat/PRN. That'll drop you into our self-hosted Jitsi platform. And you just have to modify audio settings and start talking. Yeah, man, it's been great to reconnect. I guess was there anything else that we missed that has been top of mind for you that you'd like to discuss before? Yeah, give another opportunity.
No, man, we talked about everything. I was pretty fired up. I just wanted to tell people about my book.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I forgot to mention Will Keller, who I mentioned, wrote the preface to my book about the Renaissance man, and I thought he did a pretty nice job on that, an awesome bang-up job. And people could check that out on endevil.life, and then there's little tabs in the corner where you can find the store. And so, yeah, thanks so much, Shane, for having me, and we'll get together again before long. I'll have you on my show or vice versa, and always like great to have you out there, another beacon, a strong beacon of light and truth. And I'm very proud to call you a good friend. Thank you.
Hey, man. I appreciate that, brother. I really do. And no, I feel the same about you. No, it's like I said early on, there's not, I communicate with a lot of people, interviewed a lot of people, from February 2015, on through 2017. I had two live shows a week, essentially. So I talked to pretty much everyone in the libertarian anarchist community, and most of them have dropped out. They don't do anything anymore. I don't know,
right.
and it's not to say they're not still, on their own spiritual, mental, path of self-liberation. They might have just, gone dark, which as a privacy-minded folk, I appreciate, I respect, but a lot of them just dropped out. It's kind of like that controlled schizophrenia that Rio talked about. They get into it, they realize how hard it is, and they just sink back into the system because it's easier and more comfortable. Or speaking back to the personal decisions things, it's like, it made it more difficult for me because I didn't have like 10 years of, I was going to go like a 4-year university for genetics or something, early on. And, I probably could have made good money, but I would have been so indoctrinated and so programmed. It'd be a huge opportunity cost. But, I came into it, very, very early on, into these ideas. Again, like 2011, 2012, I was like, 18, 19, 20, whatever old I was back in those days. But, it's very easy to just drop out. So, I appreciate folks like you and not only, pursuing those paths, but then also, feeling the need to, I guess, do the rhetoric portion of the trivia method and, try to talk about it and share the ideas. So, no, it's great. It's definitely great to reconnect and hope we do it more often. But yeah, anything else before I close her out? I don't think we'll have any callers. I'll refresh XMR chat once more, but I don't think we'll have anything. So that might be wrapping up.
No, that's all good. Thanks so much, Shane. Much appreciated, man.
Hey, cheers,
good
brother.
chat.
Yeah, for sure. So for everyone else,
All right.
thank you, Chris. You can drop out if you like. I'm gonna close out, but yeah, thank you, brother. Until next time. But as for the rest of you, Self-Liberation Saturday will continue for a little bit longer. Not live, but we'll have plenty more for you. I gotta pull up in Zara Radio and actually figure out what we got here. So we got a couple programming notes, and then we'll close out with some Bill Cooper. It's one of my favorite clips from Bill Cooper. It's called "Knowing Where You're Going," and from what Chris and I talked about tonight, I think it's kind of fitting. I kind of had a feeling it'd be a good fit. So with that, thank you so much for tuning in. PAZNIA.com/radio is the main link for everything PAZNIA Radio Network related. The last thing I'll mention is we've got a new release via PAZNIA. That's PAZNIA.com /calendar. And we actually have a close out Jitsi real quick. We actually have let's see if I can pull up the ad. It'll skip through, but you'll be able to see the calendar. It's pretty big. It's a big, good sized calendar. Freedom holidays are in there, so like Labor Day is Agorism Day. We replaced the status holidays with freedom holidays. There's some other stuff in there too on the calendar. And then the pictures are great. There's some that are, very entertaining, comical. Some that are serious, some that are educational, whatever. But there's a theme for every single month based on the holidays. Like there's a raw milk day and there's a cool picture there. But anyway, PAZNIA.com/calendar, or just go PAZNIA.com/shop to check out everything that we have available. Honorary stakeholder memberships are available there too. And if you want to make a one-time donation via Bitcoin, Monero, or Fiat, that is available too. But with that, I will turn you over to PAZNIA deprogramming. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please enjoy as we close out.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time Fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
This is the basic law of life. And dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of three actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the Ten Commandments does not say, in its original form, thou shalt not kill. It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, thou shalt not murder. So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature, but his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. The nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause, and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech-chased parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. For I know from where I have come, and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
Lost
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.